I'm okay with that.
Okay, so where we left off, you guys left Kevin on a ship, in charge of a ship, and hoped he didn't abandon you guys.
Yep.
Then you went into Elgara, after paying a small fee of something significant to you. After sacrificing something significant to you, you went into the city, and some of you went off to go find mentors. After you got brand new clothes.
Some very good new clothes.
Some exceptionally good clothes. Isn't that right, Sabo?
Saba got the best round of clothes.
Okay, James, it's not clear how the two ways of success interact with each other.
Alright. What would you like me to clarify?
Well, right now we tend to roll and then see how masterwork it is.
Okay, so you're meant to pick what masterwork you want it to be before you roll to see what it is.
Okay. Then it's more clear. And what would a critical success achieve in this case? And what would the failure achieve in this case? Like this table isn't in the dock, I don't think.
I believe a failure just means that you were unsuccessful with making an item. Critical failure means the resources that you used to create the item were ruined, and a critical success reduces the resources needed to make the item by half.
Okay.
Alright. So, the plan was for 6 months initially. Where did that spreadsheet go? There it is. Alright, Kevin, what are you doing outside on the ship?
I am taking care of the ship during that time, keeping it relatively in place and all of its occupants mostly sane, to the best of my ability, that is.
Leuven wants to take the ship on a joyride.
No.
But hear me out. Yes.
But hear me out. No.
Okay.
He's also going to be making sure to gather all of the food that everyone needs for that entire time, and also working on training the apprentices.
Alright.
Hey, James.
Yep.
Birthday wheel spin thing. Also, guys, I'm
the
23
wheel
now.
spill thing. Well, congratulations.
As of yesterday. feeling very old.
You are ancient. Okay, the wheel spin is MVP 2.8. Feel free to spin it.
I don't think we've done an MVP for a while.
Two inspiration. I'm gonna
That
reroll
is true.
second.
It is time to pick the next MVP.
Rerolling that.
So, who's going to be the MVP for last month?
Well, I'd say Nilvarius if he didn't just murder half of the capital.
Excuse you, only 12% died.
Oh, MVP.
Inspiration. We need to have again 9. Yep. Trying for the last time. If this doesn't work, fuck me, I guess. It did not work. But I should have enough to roll it one more time, so I guess 3, and that's it. question.
Motherfucker.
And I'm out of inspirations.
Okay. So, there's one vote for Novarius for MVP. Anyone else voting for anyone else?
I'd back the Novarius vote.
Okay. Nia, do you also vote Novarius?
Who's the second person in the call?
Me.
I said person. Describe as in a person. It's Kevin. So do I count as a wait? I can't give. So do I count you? No.
I
I'm the
would
second
argue
player.
that means yourself. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'm voting myself then.
Eh?
I rolled
You're
a
allowed to
1d4.
vote
I
for
got a 2.
yourself.
There's nothing that prohibits you guys voting for yourself. You don't even have to vote for players, you can vote for NPCs.
Yeah,
Oh, we can?
We have given NPCs the MVP before. We
Wait,
have
hold
done
on.
that.
What's the funniest NPC we can give this for?
It's true.
Okay, so
I
that's a,
believe-
ma-
I bel-
that's a
I can
majority
also
for
make-
Novarius.
Well,
Does anyone
I-
remember
I
if the rules require it to be unanimous?
They
No, it
It's
doesn't.
don't.
not. It's majority vote.
I just want
Okay.
to know that what I said about Nilvarius is Nilvarius did kill a bunch of people in the process.
Yeah, to be fair, Sabo's exact wording was he would vote for Novarius, but
Ah, okay. So in that case, it's one vote for Novarius.
that is currently where it sits. One vote for Novarius, one vote for Mari. Or yeah. Nia.
Let me change my name.
Okay, Novarius, who do you vote for?
I'll vote for myself, why not?
Okay, that's 2-1.
I
So-
guess building the ship and saving the giant doesn't count for anything, but I'll vote for myself anyway.
Okay.
And Nilvarius wins.
I discovered Elgara. Wait, the giant was a fucking asshole for declining to tell us anything about it and allowing us to spread this plague.
No, it wasn't. He never asked anything about it.
I don't
Yeah,
want
he
to
was
think about the
probably-
implication of that statement.
He was probably
Novaris?
quite aware.
You win the MVP. Feel free to roll. To do the thing, you right-click it in the roll table. Should be 2.8.
I will re-roll that.
How many inspiration does it count to reroll each time, by the way?
2, then
It's-
3, then 4, then 5.
Oh, never mind.
Yep.
5.
I'll take that one.
I have 1 inspiration left, not 0. Look at me go!
Woohoo!
And if do we get inspiration for being here in time games?
Yes.
Then I get 2 inspiration left. Woohoo! It's still not enough to reroll a third time, but I think I'm gonna keep the DM question even if I could, because
All right.
everyone knows James loves it when I have those.
That's right.
Yep. So, back to where we were. Sabo was studying one of the crafts, and as an assistant, Novarius was working with. Oh, neat! I didn't realize I got notifications for that. Novarius was working with.
That one? That's what I wrote in the channel.
Nathalan.
Nathalan. No, it's not. No, I had it in a separate place. Naland. Nalind. Naland.
Alright. So, is there anything else that you'd like to spend your time on before we move towards the end of that 6 months?
I think I have my time slot exactly chock full, right, James?
Yes.
Yeah, then no.
Probably, I don't. I also would be concerned about if I actually being able to get back. And so when Lesnar mentioned that they had some sort of like teleportation means where they had if you try to teleport to a location, it would draw you to a specific place. So finding out if Elgara actually has a location like that and what were the rules of actually utilizing it.
So, Elgara actually has a deflection zone around it. It's powered by the ley line that Elgara is actually right above. In ley lines are basically powered based on the number of branches that they have. So the weakest ley line you can come across is a 1-branch ley line. Most ley lines are 1-branch ley lines. And each one is much rarer than the last. Usually, major cities are built on 3-branch ley lines. Elgara is actually on a 7-branch ley line, which is the most branching ley line that you've ever seen. You've only ever come across a 5-branch ley line before. And that's where an elven city would have been. Each ley line branch heightens primal magic cast there by 1 level when you're channeling the ley line for it. It's that primal magic that is actually used to obscure the city, and it's also used to deflect incoming teleportations.
So teleport magic to the city is illegal by intention, by design.
It's not necessarily that it's illegal, but it's just not allowed.
What then how close would I, if I wanted to actually come back, like how far would I actually have to, like, is there a zone that I could actually teleport to and then make a way in? Like how far away is that area that I can actually teleport to?
Well, that is actually where it gets quite tricky, because with the way that the field actually works, the further you are away from Elgara, the larger that field is. So let's say you're 1 mile away, well, that field is probably only about probably 0.2 miles around Elgara. But if you're, let's say, 100 miles away, that's probably 30 miles around Elgara that you can't teleport to.
So the people that really come here, it's not it's not as casual to actually like come and go then.
No.
I'm assuming there's no way around it, at least no way that they would be willing to tell me if I wanted to come back.
It's not that they are trying to hide away from you, it's that whenever they discover a method of being able to bypass their defenses, they try to fix it with some sort of magical negation.
Okay.
At one point in time, before they actually sealed the walls, there was a citadel that you could teleport to in the Kinway district. Unfortunately, a small group of humans actually tried to ransack the city from there when they breached in with an army.
I see.
Humans.
Yeah, reasonable. So so realistically speaking, if we wanted to come back, we'd have to fly back here.
Or teleport to some nearby island, right, James?
It would have to be many small teleports to actually get here. You could, in theory, stretch out a bunch of small teleports, and that would make up the difference for the most part, allowing you to actually get there.
Okay. I guess trying to understand that because he definitely is something that he would want to come back. So I guess figuring out the logistics of what would be necessary, he'd probably want to try and figure that out, and probably obviously working with his mentor because I imagine over the couple of months they develop a bit of a rapport, just talking over stuff like that. I would like to think that we probably become friends during that time period. Um, but otherwise, there's nothing else that really comes to mind. I think maybe during the downtime too, maybe continue working on the teleportation device for the country, but I probably want to wait since Sabo is currently occupied with his own thing, so probably not actually.
All right.
I'm sorry, I was just realizing I didn't really give a whole lot of thought during this last week.
That's all good.
So yeah, learn from Mr. Nyland, and probably still spending time like just reading books about general like teleportation magic or transposition magic in their giant ass library. Just usually going to the section, plucking a book off the shelf, and just devouring it over the course of a day or two, and then moving on to the next.
Nice.
Yeah, he literally eats the book, just like he chomps down on it and he consumes it whole.
Not nice.
So what you're saying is you have every librarian in the world as your favorite enemy?
Do you
So what you're
start?
saying
Do you
is,
start at the spine of the book?
I am their favorite enemy, is what you mean.
you are literally a bookworm.
You are the BBGG for librarians everywhere.
He eats books. He's a bookworm.
But yeah, that's the only thing I'd probably be doing in general downtime, because it's sort of, as I said, it falls into his general envelope of trying to understand more about like transportation, how things worked when you try to teleport to other planes, trying to teleport over vast distances and stuff like that. Yeah, that's just his focus, and that's what we probably would do.
Okay.
All right.
So in the library is divided up into 5 sections, with each section being more dangerous than the last. There are books in there that contain the sentience of souls. There are three-dimensional prisons.
Repeat that first line.
There are books in there that contain the sentience of souls.
Okay.
There are prisms that contain entire worlds in them. The further you go into the library, the more you go up through it, the more dangerous it is to actually interact with any of the sources of knowledge. How far into the library would you like to go?
Obviously, he would ask for advice from the librarians if that's going to be the case.
Oh, nobody ventures beyond the third floor normally.
Any particular reason? What kind of harm can it actually cause?
Well, at the third floor, you can start having things contest you for your soul to start with. Though it might try to tear away at bits of it, it can't do any real fatal damage to it. At the 4th floor and above, that's where you get sources of knowledge that can kill you, or you could end up trapped in a prison world.
I see.
There are some simulations of small realities up there, hopefully allowing for more advanced... what are those things called? More advanced experiments to bring forth a small bit of new knowledge.
Given what you know about me and my level of expertise, what exactly do you have a suggestion for a good read on the 3rd floor that I would be able to tolerate?
The planetoid dial.
Thank you. I will go look.
The planetoid dial is a small chamber, probably 15 feet by 15 feet by 15 feet, inside of which you have full control over a simulated environment that can basically be shifted through modern day all the way back to the creation of the world. It only affects that small area, but you can test spells in all of those different environments and see how they change over time.
Oh my god! Are you telling me that that's a book that lets you play in D&D 1E?
Well, it's not a book, it's...
Dial?
But yes.
But it does let you play in D&D 1E.
I suppose so, yes.
Various, you find the DM's guide.
I burn it. Only heathens play 1st edition. Get that negative AC nonsense fucking out of here.
But Various, Thaco. Don't you want to hit AC 0?
No. Have you ever seen a 1st or 2nd edition character sheet?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, no thank you. No, thank you. All right. So what can he really learn from in here? Just understanding how different spells are interacting over time. Then.
Yep, and trying to adjust and fine-tune the teleportation magic over time. Because you know that there was a working state of it about 200 years ago. So if you can take that math and basically apply an adjustment filter over top of it, you can get it to work in a modern environment.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. He'll definitely do that. It's probably looking. I'm assuming there are other disturbances that have happened like in the past beyond 200 years ago.
Yes. All in
Okay,
all, there has been nearly 31 different disturbances since the beginning of time.
Do I feasibly have enough time during our 6-month time span to actually venture to see how things have changed over the individual periods?
Surface level, yes. In detail, no.
Okay, then I figure 200 years ago and then 2 events before that. Is that reasonable to do in detail over that time
Yep.
span? Okay, that's what I'll focus on then.
All right.
From the two events before to the 200 years ago up until now.
Something that you'd learn that would almost horrify Nilvarius. Magic is getting weaker since the dawn of time. And it's not getting weaker as in there's less of it. It's that more of it is being used up in less efficient methods. So people are having to be more efficient in the way that they use it.
So basically, people generally, it is being used up because it's being used inefficiently. It's being locked in other forms.
Yeah,
I guess.
for example,
That
golems are being made and then just being let to sit there in a dungeon for 10, 20,000 years. There are certain trees that absorb magic and hold on to it. Just lots of things that take magic and basically store it, rather than having it as actually remaining part of the proper ecosystem.
okay. I'm assuming just destroying these objects is enough to release it.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. I'm assuming, does that affect accuracy of teleportation magic over time?
Well, teleportation spells had to become efficient as there became less and less magic. So they wouldn't
okay.
just brute force, we're going to actually compact the space between there and here, which is what they used to do. They actually now have to some of them do now is they create a direct line between there and there. They condense you down and beam you across and then expand you out, so that there is a much, much smaller compression of space.
Yeah,
Alright. Sabo, was there anything else that you wanted to go over before we got to the end of your time skip?
I suppose maybe in more detail. On the high level, spent a month with the artificer and learning the language, and then I was researching how to create the devices. How long? The first part I was, from what I understand, fully occupied, and I'm not sure exactly how long the second part is taking me, and if there's anything else I have to um, figure out.
Alright, so I still had to go over the amount of time that it would take to get a good understanding of their technology. Where is that? There that is.
Are we all alive?
I'm alive.
Yeah, I'm just
Debatable.
doing some math. Alright. So those will be craft checks. You're welcome to make one a month. So that'll be 6 in total.
Okay. Do I have a feed slot?
Those
The
feeds that I
plus two.
posted in the in your player channels, those ones go into the dual class slots. They don't cost you any XP, they're ones that you're being trained in.
Okay.
I was just messing around right now. The only way to fit them in is to fit in some random feet and then turn around and edit it afterwards. It's really weird.
It's
By the
okay. I
way.
mean, I don't really need the. I just need to remember them. Um, what do I have in terms of? Now you said craft checks.
Yep.
This me researching by myself, or what is going on?
This is for you trying to learn the Elgarian technology. So
What
learning
way?
how to... you mentioned that you wanted to understand and be able to reproduce it.
Yes. And what approach am I taking?
Well, at the moment you're trying to take it apart, tinker with it, actually create some bits of it, and trying to see if your bits work on it.
Okay. Can I designate that as my investigation?
Yep.
Okay, and then I'll guess I'll. Am I able to spend all my time on it, or is it just a part of the day?
Just a part of the day.
Okay, so I'm not gonna do Elgara and focus on it then. I'm gonna use the Lucky Craft. $50.
Alright.
Actually, 51. I still haven't fixed this. 7.
Next one.
Ooh. 64.
Yep. Next one.
Still not good. Harry. 44.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Next one. And last one. Unlike trying to reverse engineer the circuit, you're feeling like you're actually making progress on this. It's just very slow because you keep coming across components that you need to actually go back a step to actually figure out how they even made something that's, for example, their smoothing blade. You need to actually go back and figure out how they can actually make something so precisely, which requires learning about a whole new machine. But you're well on your way for this.
How far away am I from being able to continue without access to this stuff?
A fair bit from your understanding.
Okay. Now, I would have realized that it's going slow in a couple of months in. Can I think of some way of speeding up?
It's very difficult to speed something like this up because you're basically going through, starting at the end product and trying to figure your way back through several thousand years of advanced techniques and technological advancements.
But that's what the library is for.
How long was it before you could actually speak Elgarish?
1 month.
Right. Okay. Just toggled on the library. That means that you would have gotten to your first partial success. If you could take these books out of here, you'd be able to in front of you.
Okay, but I clearly can't take these books out. Except for in my head.
Alright, so that is your remaining time skip used.
So the library would be the other 8 hours, or what?
No, the apprenticeship is the...
Oh, the plan was to cancel the apprenticeship when it wasn't giving any results.
The apprenticeship's where you got the feat training for.
Okay, I see. So what is... Okay, fine. So what's the first partial success?
The first partial success would be a chemical forge. It's used for refining and purifying metals and other substances.
Okay. And in regards to the divine circuit?
I believe you got your completed success on that last week.
Okay. Okay. So I basically didn't make it to a point where I'm able to carry on by myself with figuring out Elgaran technology. I figured
Correct.
out something called the chemical forge,
Yes.
which is going to give some efficiency in refining ore and metal.
Yep, basically, whenever you make a mistake in crafting or whenever you're recrafting something, you don't lose the 30% that it. So normally you'd lose 30% of what it was made of. Instead, you
Right.
lose nothing.
Okay. Okay. That's going to be handy. Okay, well, I suppose that's very good, and let's go find Novarius and Nia, see how they're getting along, and if we're staying here for another half a year or not. Actually, 6 months is not even half a year. 6 months is not even half a
Nearly
year.
a third of a year. Bit
Yeah,
over it.
But our crewmates are probably going mad.
I'm sure Kevin is having fun.
Okay, so Nia, Novarius, and Sabo, would you all like to meet up?
Yeah.
What about Nia? What was
Okay.
she doing during her downtime?
Oh, you wanna go over that? I did go over that a bit in my channel, but we can narrate that a bit
Well,
if
we
you'd
would
like.
definitely be asking you what you're doing because we're
Yeah.
curious.
Fair
Because
enough.
we're gonna meet up every once in a while, like, oh, what's going on? What have you learned? Ha ha ha! Great, cool. Or she could just be super secretive about it.
No, I don't think she'd be super secretive. She's training. She's been visiting all sorts of people. She's learning under an assassin. She's training with her. She's training with her spirit guide. You see her studying some wizard magic. She seems to be perfecting her abilities a lot, and she also spends a significant amount of time. I think this would matter more to Nilvarius, studying the culture of Elgara more than the developments or anything. She seems to be very determined to try to understand the elven people and to take something from them with in her heart when she leaves, if it makes sense. She
Yeah,
very
I
much
gotcha.
seems to value more the culture of it, the way these people have evolved and developed into such an advanced and kind people over the years, where everyone else in the world seems to be kind of fucked up. She wants to be able to understand and emulate them a bit, and thus she treats everyone here with a lot of reverence, I guess I should say. They're all very, very wise, and they saw history evolve and develop, and she's very interested in just talking to people, just sitting there and listening to them talk about what happened, what people they've met, what events they've seen unravel. She actually managed to convince the guy that we met in the ship, the elder, to
Yeah.
have breakfast with her every day, so she
Oh,
can listen
okay.
to him tell stories. And she's also working on a guy that does magical tattoos.
More Rune Lord stuff?
Yeah, well, it is something that she has the Rune Lord, which is why she got initially interested in it. But it's also an art form that existed in her previous life, and to see it be like recreated in this world with its own culture is a way to bridge the gap between her previous life and her current life in a way that she feels is noteworthy. Makes her feel
Okay, I
a
gotcha.
little bit more real, and she enjoys that feeling of reality. James, speaking of your, I need the descriptions for the second thing.
Alright.
She actually get the symbol of Elgara tattooed. She'd probably show you that, no? Novaris.
Ah. He
Oh,
he is definitely delighted that you've taken in like so much of like elven culture. Maybe she understands a little bit more about why Nilarius feels the way about it, certain things, and they acts the way that he does.
I think she definitely would after spending all that time with elves. It's just a bit hard for her initially when she wasn't giving all this context because all she had were like 2 elves
Yeah,
and a lot of random assholes acting like bitches. And she's like, well, if these people are so like old and wise, they could fix all this shit, right? And no, they couldn't. It's
They
proof that that doesn't
really
fly.
tried.
Yeah,
Oh, you know what? I don't know why I fucking forgot about it. Something that he would actually wanted to actually look into is the Celestial Pact that they made with the serpents, long ago. That was an important bit that that he needed to look into.
the
It's
whole
literally
reason why
like,
we came here.
yeah, I literally have it in like, one of my like Discord subthreads is actually like one of the like goals. I completely forgot to actually look into that. So at some point in time during the downtime, I obviously am going to go find out more about that.
nice.
Yep. The pact is kept inside of Kinway. The tower can be viewed anytime.
Oh, wanna go there together before we leave?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Sorry, just
Jamie,
got we got
don't
we,
forget to
we,
send the second thing in the chat.
we got
Yep.
so distracted with the Wonderstill Elgara, I completely forgot one of the biggest drives to actually come here.
I understand. It is worth noting, though, that every time we want to re-enter Rogal, we'll have to pay the price again.
Do we every time?
No,
Every
we
time.
don't.
Every
Wait,
time.
he said that he didn't say that. He said that we already have to pay the price once.
I
I
wish.
don't think he specified.
If we
James?
leave, and then we come back, we pay it again. That goes for them, too. That's why they don't leave.
Wait, really, James?
Give me a moment of just sending something and then I can answer the question. I'm only partially listening.
Sorry, I'll be right back. I'm gonna step away for a quick second.
Here you go.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay. What was the question? Something about the entry fee to Elgara?
Yes. Does it pay? Is it paid every time or once?
It's paid whenever you become a new person in the eyes of Elgara. So you become a new version of yourself whenever you go through a major event. So for example, if you left here, went to a mountain and came straight back, you would not have to pay the extra fee. If you go out, meet some new people, go on a quest or two and then come back, you are a new person in the eyes of Elgara.
And is it a proportionate time? Like, is the new person quantifiable or absolute?
It's just based off the feeling of the insight of the guard who is in charge of investigating it.
Right, but the price, like if the guard feels like you are only a little bit a new person, do you have to give less?
No, the price is the same regardless.
Okay. Back.
You just cut out
Oh,
for
so
me.
we could leave the city to go visit the ship and come back sometimes. That wouldn't count.
That wouldn't count, but you would have to go through the checkout process, which can take up to a month.
Okay,
Oh yeah, but it's useful
so
to know that for the future.
let's how involved is the checkout process? Like,
Quite involved. You pretty much give in temporary accommodations. You can't really leave that area. The only people that you're actually allowed to speak to are the elves who come into that area. They'll ask you some questions, go away for a couple hours, observe your behavior while you're basically in this environment. You're a bit like monkeys in cages while they're going through this process.
okay. So Nilvaris, yeah, how have you been progressing with your whatever you're
Very well.
doing? And
I've pretty much peaked in what I came here to do.
oh, really?
Yes.
I found that it's almost impossible to get even one thing done in such a short time for them.
I was doing something a bit smaller in scope than what you were. Of course, any amount of time, extra time spent here would be wonderful. These people have a lot to offer. Well, I just have to find a new goal to set my heart to, aside from just learning more. Don't take that as me saying I'm ready to leave. I just wanted to offer some.
Fair enough.
I
Uh,
I suppose I wanted to patch a few holes in my education, and I managed to do that. I found wonderful teachers and guides here who helped me do that.
and you know, Varius, how's the teleportation?
Might have stepped away a bit.
Yeah, he did step away. He's probably not back yet.
Asking James before he's back. He's gonna want to know. But we can assume that Nilvaris has been sending to Kevin. So we would know how it is on the ship, how everyone's getting along.
Leuven's
We have
going
to
stir
go.
crazy. He can't really work towards any projects at the moment. The apprentices want to go out adventuring. One of them just wants to go to a town.
The other one wants to fight stuff. Terrain's not making any money.
Yeah, we should probably go back to ship.
Sorry, I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
How's your progress on the teleportation stuff, Nilvaris?
I wasn't exactly looking into that while I was here.
Oh, well, how's your progress on whatever it is you're looking into?
Sorry, rearranging myself since sitting back down. Are you asking in character, or what are you?
Yes,
Sorry.
we're meeting up. We're trying to. Well, we need to make the decision of when we go for the checkout.
Well, to be honest, I could stay. I can stay here for a lot longer. A lot of the work that I was going to do for the country, I wasn't going to do while I was here, because part of the promise is that anything that we don't give other people, stuff that we learn here. So I was specifically trying to create a separation between the two. But in terms
Yeah,
of
quota.
the teleportation, like I can stay here for a lot. There's a lot of stuff to learn and to observe. I mean, have you? I'm assuming all of you have learned also have learned an immense amount since you came here, and that's only scratching the surface.
Yes, I feel like even 2 extra months could be irreplaceable.
Sorry, was there a confirmation we have to pay the price every single time we enter Elgara?
So it's every time that
Uh.
you actually appear as a new person to them. So if you go out and live some life experiences and then come back, you've got to pay the fee again. If you go out, go to the store and come back, that wouldn't count as a new experience. So it's
if you
whenever
go
you've
out,
lived
that's
enough
fine.
life to be considered more or less a new person.
Okay.
That can be 1 or 2 major life experiences. That could be 80 years, 20 years, 40 years, 5 years.
Shall we also keep in mind that they're elves and they might have a bit of a different understanding of new person and timescales.
Yes.
The chances are, if we return within 5 years, as long as we don't get up to too much, we'll be allowed in.
It basically depends on whichever guard who is the one letting you in, their insight of you, whether you are different to the person who was last here.
So it depends on how much of a jerk the TSA agent is.
I suppose in a way.
Okay. How long ago did I get the quote-unquote partial success?
That would have been on your 5th success.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize that I am actually spending all my time doing crafting. What if I had applied the focus feat?
So you want to apply the focus feat to it?
I understand that that's the only thing I'm doing, right?
Yes.
Then I would like to apply that.
Alright, it is applied.
Does that change it to fourth? Any chance?
Let me see. No, it doesn't.
I'm going to say I think to get the next major learning for me might take another 4 months, maybe 5.
I mean, I wouldn't mind spending that extra time, but the only thing I'm worried about is obviously it's not very kind to the people outside that are waiting on us.
Yes, I wouldn't stay here unless someone had very particular thoughts. Perhaps if we leave and we come back with more things for them to do outside, we'll be allowed back in. Shall we go for the checkout then?
I said, if you want to, and we can. I'm concerned about them because we haven't really talked to them in quite a while. We haven't really seen them.
Well, you have been sending them.
Yeah, sending. Well, I mean, sorry, we haven't actually literally seen them in a while.
Yes. I'm concerned about them as well. I was asking these questions to the two of you and saying that for me, 1 extra month would not change much right now. And if that was the case for either of you, well, we could perhaps stay 1 extra month.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right. What are we doing? Who's tapping?
To be fair, like I still need to finish my promise of creating the emergency teleportation for the country anyways. We can do that on our way back. We still
Alright.
need to fulfill that requirement for them.
Let's take a break then.
So we're
Okay.
leaving?
Well,
And
before
then
that,
we're
would you guys
paying
like
the back?
to go to the tower and actually go see the contract?
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's first. Yeah.
Okay, on the 5th floor of the tower, the entire floor is basically dedicated to the pact. There is
Damn.
even a permanent creature. It is called a law holder.
I can guess what it does.
As you approach it, in each of your heads you hear greetings.
Greetings.
Hello.
That sure is an eyeball. With eyeballs.
It is the lawfully
Hello.
aligned equivalent of a beholder.
So exactly a biblically accurate angel. Got it. Understood.
Yes.
I'm assuming is it technically speaking in Mentis, or is it?
It is speaking in your native tongues.
Oh, okay.
The fuck is in my native tongue? Celestia.
Celestial.
Damn.
Greetings. We're here because we saw after the planes collapsed, we saw one of the celestial serpents being named Destine, and we wish to know more about it and about the past, and it refused to help us because of the celestial contract. And we came here because we wanted to know what exactly it entailed.
Very well. Many years ago now, there was a pact formed between the mortals of this world, that being the elves, the dwarves, the humans, the halflings, and many other subraces, and the celestials, the divine, creatures of radiance. I was produced as a symbol of this pact, a law holder, someone to share the knowledge and to educate people on this pact. Do you wish to know why it came into existence?
Why and what are the details of the contract?
Very well. There were several articles for this contract, but I shall start with the reason why first. Creatures of man, they live much shorter lives than the higher beings. And I do not speak of higher beings as in they are better than you. I speak of them because they have elevated spirit. These creatures of higher being would influence these creatures of man. Subtly, and over many generations, in order to make them take part in whatever acts they believed needed to occur. In the Age of High Gods, there were wars fought in the name of many churches. mighty paladins leading armies against fiends and devils on behalf of their gods and the angels that serve them.
Oh, we lost the bot,
Rip James?
potentially.
Like,
I don't think so.
No, okay.
Okay.
okay. Beings?
So then there was the article of non-intervention.
I don't
And
think
so-
we finished hearing the reasoning.
Oh, what was the last thing you heard?
Paladins
Wolves.
attacking fiends.
Oh. Paladins attacking fiends on behalf of their gods. These things escalated for centuries, millennia. And through this time, slowly but surely, mortals grew in power, until they were able to rival that of the divine. It was at this time that they were able to force the divine to parley.
Dormammu?
It was through this mediation that a contract was formed. The seal of celestial non-interference. The first core article. Celestial restraint. Divine beings of the celestial domain shall abstain from manifesting physically or directly intervening in the affairs of the mortal domain. Domain. Mortals shall govern their own destinies, free from direct divine interference. Mortals may continue to practice and worship through rituals, rites, and ceremonies, honoring divine beings, and such acts can be, wholly or individually, expressions of faith and their cultural heritage, without a mandatory divine response being necessary or provided at all. Celestial entities may no longer impart a divine spark or provide guidance through abstract means, such as dreams, intuitions, natural signs, or provided omens. In the event that a mortal is solely responsible for the destruction or complete violation of this pact, this being either by making it so that Celestials can no longer abstain. Sorry, I lost what I was reading. So that Celestials can no longer abstain, withhold, or stay dormant. The contract immediately ends, and Celestials are free to intervene as they see fit. Should mortals seek to summon, invoke, or directly compel divine intervention from such beings, the actions will be nullified and efforts will be made to rectify such a not misgiving. Such an act. The planar barriers will be placed on both ends between the mortal realm and that of the divine, creating a compelling and complete separation of realms. This will force any creature that goes into one realm back into their own. An exception shall be made for the bridged gateway. Creatures who pass through this bridged gateway are allowed to pass through without issue. Guardians will be placed on both sides of the gateway, on one side placed there by the divine, on the other side placed there by mortals. This will prevent anyone from crossing over by accident. This contract cannot expire on time, only through violation of act, as long as the high blood of... what is that family called? As long as the high blood of Luna bloodline exists in the mortal realm, this pact is sealed. Basically, there are 3 violation conditions. First one is if the bloodline dies out. Second one is if mortals en masse do something to disrupt... well, not even en masse. If mortals do something to disrupt the balance and make it impossible for the Celestials to uphold their side of things. And the third one was... if mortals fall into slavery. So if the mortal realm becomes enslaved by another plane.
That the terms that the creature knows.
Yes.
So one thing I noticed is that okay, so the mortals are free, but what do the Celestials get out of it?
They don't seem to get much out of it at all.
Can we query this creature why? How come this pact only seems to favor mortals? Celestials are just abstaining.
The mortals brought about this pact through force.
And what are the but on the other hand, the breaking of the pact is also only on the mortal side. What if a Celestial breaks the pact?
The pact is designed so that Celestials are not permitted to break it.
But the Celestials have broken it. They are on the mortal plane.
then those divine creatures should be destroyed for acting in violation, and if this is reported to the realm of the divine, I believe it is likely that en masse the divine creatures will be sent out to hunt down and destroy such creatures.
What if it was
Believe-
unintentional? It was unintentional though. They didn't come here of their own free will. They came here because of the event collapsed.
Who is responsible for this event collapse?
What were Orn, Razia, and Chile the ones responsible for the ritual that probably caused this madness? Does that sound right?
I guess they're probably responsible.
Well,
The
after
whole-
the ritual, after the ritual, we siphoned a little bit of it off. Like it immediately happened afterwards, and when Razia said there, we asked about it, and she didn't seem to have any issues with what happened to the planes. So I would wager that whatever they did is responsible. It happened immediately afterwards. Couldn't be a coincidence.
No. There's not disputing that. It probably was them. So, yeah, I was trying to be a little more subtle about this, but since Nilvarius insists, the whole realm of the divine has come to the mortal plane.
The way you have described it, it appears that these acts have been brought about by mortal kind. If what you say is true, the contract is now null and void, as mortals have brought the divine back to this realm.
Does it matter if it was direct or not? Is there
Elaborate
specifics
your
about
question,
if-
please.
Is there a difference between whether or not a mortal has intentionally pulled a celestial from their realm into this one, or simply because their action caused them to come here? Is there a difference between the two?
Intent was not mentioned in the contract. Merely result.
Well, huh.
Oh, cool. So now,
Are you going to inform anyone that the contract is now null and void?
I have no evidence that the contract is null and void.
Huh. We seem to have a piece of very delicate information on our hands here.
If what you are saying is true,
is the contract null and void? Do you know that for sure?
Yeah, because we've seen two. We had Dustine, where we actually had an extended conversation with, and we saw a second on our way here to Elgara. We just couldn't really spare the resources to catch up
We
to
don't
it.
know if there are exceptions, though.
No, we know
Yeah,
that all the realms collapse, so it's not like
Yeah, but
there's the
James, can I
divine
mention
realm
something
left
from another
somewhere.
session, please?
as far as I can tell, the only thing that are left is here.
Can I mention something from another session, please,
no.
James? No, because they seem to be basing this off of meta knowledge.
What?
Mm,
No, they're basing off the knowledge that they've got access to from
Ah.
their characters.
and
Yeah.
Right, and yeah, I'm gonna stop talking here now.
As far as
I'm gonna
as
mute
far as I
myself for a
can
little bit.
As far as I can tell, there are only two planes that exist now. It's just the material plane that we have right now, where everything collapsed and merged into one plane, and presumably still an astral plane, as far as I can tell. That's all that is. Everything has been merged together. At least that's what I was able to actually observe, and I have some amount of clarification on when I spent my time here speaking with, a new friend, that it seems to be that exact case. Everything is merged down into one plane. So it's highly likely that whatever celestial plane they came from, it's probably been dissolved, or not really dissolved, more like merged into our plane, if I had to guess.
If what you say is true, the heavens are walking among the realm of man once more. There will be a struggle for power and influence among the devils, demons, and angels. Prepare for a war that may last tens of thousands of years.
Is this something that would be important to bring up to the leaders of Elgara?
Maybe,
I cannot speak to that.
Also maybe we don't want to do that because we want to be let out of here. I suppose we could try to bring it up to them and hope to be made honorary citizens of Elgara who is allowed to do things. Who knows? I mean, getting stuck here is not the worst thing that can happen to me. Just would be a shame to lose the ship.
Well, if that's going to be the case, then it's something that probably needs to be brought up, honestly. I don't think we can really fathom the scale of what exactly is going to be triggered. I'm assuming that if Elgara is going to remain standing, the more advance notice that they have is the better. Can't even imagine how human realms are going to actually tolerate, how they're going to handle this.
Well, on the other hand, the people here are probably smart enough to have figured this out on their own. Probably didn't do a need to go consult this creature. But I suppose we can have a chat with Elder H. Seems quite important.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Well, thank you, Lawkeeper.
It is my pleasure. May the mortal reign be long and peaceful.
Oh, thank you.
I presume we leave here, and I just remembered one other thing, Sabo, something that you and I were mutually interested in.
What's that?
The box to obscure our true names that Lesnar told us about.
Oh. Well, I don't.
Does who have what true name, sorry?
Lesnar told us that she that basically have a box or whatever to obscure our true names, and and that she did it here in Elgar, forever ago.
Yep.
Fair enough. That would be handy for us.
Indeed.
I suppose that's something we can also ask the Elder.
Yeah.
You reckon you can sending him? Is that allowed? Shall we ask someone for an audience?
Yeah. Who exactly? Who is that? Is there any sort of rulers of Elgar that we would be aware of?
There is both a king and a council.
I'm assuming matters like this should be brought before the council. Yes? Given my knowledge of elven customs.
So you're talking about for the getting your true name sealed?
A particular artisan of some kind probably knows that, but at the very least bringing up the fact that the pact may be null and void at this point.
That would be something you'd bring up in front of the king.
King? Okay. All right, then that's
Okay.
probably that's honestly more pressing than Navarius's mind. So, I think I'm curious about getting our true names handled, but I feel like them knowing that the pact may be broken is probably more important. But we still have time. We can do both, Sabo. I go speak to whoever needs to speak to petition to speak with the king.
Alright. An audience would be organized for that day. Surprisingly enough, the king is not very busy of a person. This is probably the only meeting he's going to have that day.
That month.
Or the century even.
Yeah.
What's the proper honorific to use for this king?
Let me check.
It's the king, so.
Ace Elgara.
You said Ace Elgara?
Yep.
And what's his name?
Felix Elgara.
Felix?
Felix.
So I think to clarify, Novarius, the honorific is Ace, the last name is Elgara. Therefore, Ace Elgara.
Okay. Thank you. Otherwise, by Ace Elgara, Felix Elgara. Hello.
I think that's right, James, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Do we bow? Do we not bow?
I'm assuming bowing is still still customary. Yes.
They don't really expect you to... They expect you to show whatever custom your people do as the form of respect, rather than conforming to theirs.
All right. So I'm assuming there's no issues with us going to this meeting or anything. I'm assuming that this chamber we speak with the king is as traditionally gaudy as the rest of the city.
It's just more. This place... What would the word be for it? It's not kingly, it's not royal, it is... difficult to describe. It's more of a museum than a Capitol building. As you're led into the building, you go past centuries, no, eons of history. And then you're led to what would be the throne room. You see a fairly massive chair.
Sorry, I took a step back. Where the fuck are we now?
The Elgarian
The
throne room.
This place has a king?
Yes.
Damn, alright. Okay.
You don't see anyone sitting on the throne. Then you see someone enter through one of the walls. The wall just opens up for them. Greetings! I am Ace Elgara.
Greetings, Ace Elgara. It is wonderful to meet you. He bows his head.
There is no
Would
need
me
for
and-
such shows of respect here,
Would Nia
though it is
know
much
of this
appreciated.
person?
Vaguely, you would have heard a few stories about them, but
Do I know how to behave with him?
he is a very difficult person to know how to behave with.
Alright.
He speaks with the softness of a teenager. Though when you look
So
at
there's a
him,
buff.
he's got the age of a 70-year-old.
Interesting. How would Hagri have spoken of him? Fondly? Cautiously?
Mild amusement.
How do you mean?
The man could destroy the entire city if he willed it so. But he does not think that thought would ever cross his mind.
And why is he king?
Because they make him the king.
Sorry, what?
He is king because they wish for him to be king, not because he has any desire, will, or any describable term like that to be king himself.
And why did he wish him to be king?
People just feel safer with him as king. For example, the drow that you met, they had cut through 30 or 40 soldiers before word of it had reached him. And once word reached him, it was over. She was stopped.
Really? Would you have told me about them?
She doesn't really know what to say about him. It's not like he moves, it's like he travels.
Oh, that's interesting.
Greetings, everyone.
Ace Elgara, the reason why we have requested a meeting with you is to inform you of some events that you may or may not be aware of.
What events might
Specifically,
those be?
specifically about whether or not the Celestial Pact may have been broken.
I've suspected as much. You have come to tell me that it is broken. Or at least you believe it to be.
Yes. I observed the actual planar collapse can mostly confirm that the planes have completely merged together into the material plane. And we have observed 2 different celestial serpents in the skies in our travels. One we actually conversed with, one by the name of Dustine. A second one on our way here, but we couldn't spare the resources to catch up with it, to speak with it. And there's some amount of expectation that war may surely follow.
Yes, war is likely inevitable now. Still though, you will be safe while within the city.
Suppose data point that may or may not be of relevance is that it was mortals who caused the planar collapse.
Oh, and the thing that may actually be important is that we also have reason to suspect that it was a handful of mortals that actually caused it.
Mortals by the name of Orn,
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I
Razia,
can hear you.
Chile.
Okay, so you just decided to repeat.
Oh yeah, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you're speaking in character or out of character. I wasn't 100% sure, to be honest with you. So I just repeated it. My bad. Yeah, those are the names that were attached to the ritual that likely.
But not
caused
all the names that were there.
No, those
Igru,
only
Alyssa, Nathan.
You're already much better informed than we are.
I am
those are
becoming
2 names
aware of information as you provide it, and then I'm conducting my own research as I can.
Wow.
Ace Elgar, were you born with this level of omniscience?
No. My power is acquired, and it is not omniscience.
I'm sorry. It's on first glance, it almost seems to be practically omniscience. Discovering something with just a glance, effectively. Forgive me if it may have been rude to inquire so directly. It's just I'm still flabbergasted at the skill that you actually that you're using just to.
I am a
know
master
things.
of chronomancy.
Oh. No, I don't. In my research, most people don't live long enough to become a master of chronomancy for obvious reasons.
That they do not. I am one of maybe a handful who can ever claim to have mastered it.
Mastered it before it actually manages to take you, anyways.
Precisely.
What are the others, if I may inquire?
I do not know. We tend to burn ourselves from history. It is the safest way to guard our power, our secrets, and our knowledge.
Let me see.
Well, in that case, I'm not sure how. I hope that we provided some amount of help.
You
Not
have
sure if we
provided
did,
more
but-
help than you can imagine. Just because I was able to fill in quite a lot of gaps almost immediately from your perspective, does not mean I was even aware of this line of developments before.
In that case, then I am pleased that I'm able to assist Elgara. But as much as we wish to, stay here, continuing to learn, there are other things that we need to attend to outside of Elgara. Although I hope to eventually come back.
I do not think it is safe to leave now.
Ace Elgara, I actually have something also that might be important. Perhaps you can use your talents to look into. There was a magical parasite near. I give the location of the giant in the tower, and I tell him about what I discovered about it and the damage that it inflicted and whatnot.
I'm
And
sorry, that is too
what-
minor of an event for me to have gathered much information on.
My apologies. I'm worried about it since it seems to be a ticking time bomb, and if magic is a fuel for it, I'm concerned about how it would ravage the world.
Avoid it for 5 centuries. If it is not dealt with by humankind in 5 centuries and it is going to be a problem, the dwarves and the gnomes should step in and deal with it. If it develops further beyond that, then I'll have the elves look into it.
I did tell them that they had to burn it to the ground with normal mundane fire, so hopefully they're looking into it. Thank you.
You two are not creatures from this realm. He appears instantly in front of you, Sabo, and then you, Nia.
I'm gonna smile at him.
Well, now we are, I guess.
A realm claimed. How interesting.
They call us Celestials.
Do they now? Creatures from the heavens. No. Creatures from the stars. What was your world like?
No, it was... Wait, Sabo has never died, right?
Nope.
I think I'm the only one who knows this in this game. I mean, Kevin, I guess. It was, to my experience, a world with no magic. Everything was mechanical. And it was cruel at times, but beautiful. Our culture was different from any in this world. I cannot say better, but I do miss it from time to time. Our peoples could be cruel to one another like humans and other races in this world, but we had developed a sense of ethics that I sometimes find myself searching for here. I do miss my home plenty sometimes, though.
What was so unique about your world's ethics?
I can't really say unique. I've only really been alive in this world for less than 2 decades.
Still, humour me.
There was... violence happened. Of course it did. But we grew to disallow ourselves to normalize it. And I miss that.
How?
How we did that?
Yes. Does not seem like
I
an
don't
easy
think-
feat.
I don't think Ni would be able to answer that question with the fragments of memory she has, right?
Probably not.
There is much I am still remembering of my home. I remember that this, I suppose you should call it denormalization, was very ingrained into our culture. But hopefully I will be able to tell you more when I return to Elgara in the future.
You see him vanish, and it looks like he's changed clothes since then several times. His hair's in a completely different stance, and he's currently holding a book.
Cool. What's he reading?
A World Without Magic
Interesting.
by J.L. Simmons. Sorry, not Simmons, Simons.
The guy from Spider-Man?
No, that's J.K. Simmons. I'm talking about J.L. Simons.
Alright.
This was a... well, I suppose it is quite an old book. I was going to refer to it as a relatively new book, but it probably predates each of you by several hundred, if not more, years. It speaks of a world without magic. What a torment it must be. A world where only elves exist, and a world without magic.
Fascinating. But it wasn't so torturous. Well, not until things went south, anyway.
In your world, did it end with calamity?
Yes, I suppose you could call it that. James, it was disease, right?
Yes, a disease invented by man.
Do I know the origin of the disease?
It was believed to be invented by man. You would have gotten
disease.
similar conspiracy theories to that of COVID, really.
A disease. At least the part of it that I was there for.
Did you perish?
That is how all Celestials come to this world, I believe.
A quick death, I hope.
Not quick enough.
Do you recall your time in this world? He looks to you, Sabo.
I unfortunately have no memories. It seems that the memories only come back to us if we are to die. And I have not.
Sabo, you die.
Okay then. I die.
From everyone else's perspective, you just see Sabo drop dead.
Oh. Talking less now.
Well, I suppose the point is that I should watch this, and he is a master chronomancer, so fucking hell, I guess I'm watching the movie. until they bother resurrecting me or whatever.
All right.
If I may, time in the memory realm is warped.
I see.
It will take
You see
him
the
quite a
body
while to return.
rapidly decay.
There's a little bit of a look of horror, but also curiosity on Navarius's face as he's watching this transpire. Probably his mouth is just a little bit ajar, to be honest with you.
He is hoping that this doesn't fuck up Sabo too much. She was not expecting that to happen, though there is a reason she didn't mention that specific thing.
I didn't have time to mention anything.
No, I am not blaming you. I'm just saying. I was
Well, again, at least I
meta.
get to watch the movie.
Yeah, meta-wise, the player was a bit worried that if I'd say that, he'd kill me or something. But I was like, he wouldn't do that, and he did it, so...
Sabo,
Yep.
you're going through your life from birth. Around 2020, this is when chronology deviates from our world.
Mm-hmm.
In our world, COVID happened in 2020. In this, another disease happened.
I guess they ate a different batch.
This one's actually from Japan. And for the record, this disease thing, I came up with in 2016. That it happened in 2020.
So was in the 20s.
Yep.
James, yeah, I'm gonna need the list of your other predictions, please.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is it's not just Hasbro that's stealing from you?
Yeah. Fucking
And not
China.
Alright then. So,
Okay.
disease happens.
Yep. And it wipes out over 90% of humanity. The world
Right.
falls apart quite rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
You find yourself in Ireland
Oh no.
by 2022. It's one of the last major civilizations that are still in quote-unquote tact. Working energy, working electricity has not been nuked. And they're able to grow food around the area.
Until the second potato famine hits.
You actually work on automating a lot of the self-producing food technology. So a lot of the actual farm agriculture for individual people has been automated to the point where there is minimal human interaction required. You're one of the few people left capable of doing that over an extended period of time. It has been exhausting, and it took nearly a decade to work on that project. Unfortunately, a bunch of people on ships come through the area, and they basically take the land by force with their guns. Almost everyone who you knew in that time is killed. You don't speak the language of these people initially. But over time, you do learn it as they keep you around, since you are one of the few people capable of maintaining their new prize. Eventually, you set it up so that it produces enough poison to actually kill them. basically making it so that there is a buildup of toxins from over-farming specific areas. It takes nearly 2 and a bit years, but those people aren't able to recover from that. They're poisoned, and that causes a breakdown in their society where they begin to war with each other. The society built on war, conflict, and claiming ends with war, conflict, and claiming, as it breaks down to the point where there isn't enough people to maintain it. A lot of the people go their own separate ways. A lot of the people fight and eventually killed. You manage to stay away from a lot of that, siding with who you need to survive. Over the next 40 or so years, you're actually able to keep this area producing food and exporting the food. Most of the UK, or the what is it called? Not the UK.
Isles.
Yeah, British Isles, is able to have food provided to it from this region. You become, well, the equivalent of an entrepreneur. With the vast money and resources that you acquire in this time, you continue to upgrade, expand, and almost capitalize through capitalism. Eventually, through your massive dominance in this area, it becomes an empire. Though not in the normal sense. So they don't call you emperor, but it is really what you say goes. And eventually you do pass on with what you developed being passed on to your heirs. It appears that you built and maintained one of the few lasting chunks of human civilization after everything collapsed. One of the few sections of the world to actually recover.
Impressive.
Do you want a Celestial regenerate?
Yep. I guess since, well, I mean, I'll put it this way. Is there anything else to see?
There's nothing afterwards, but you can watch through it again, slower and more carefully.
I'll... Wondering if they are going to resurrect me or not at this point. Or if the others have told him to just wait. I suppose... Do I think there's any benefit to me watching it carefully?
You learn more details, you see some of the missing days.
Do I think any of the information I saw is generally applicable to this world at all?
Not really.
Then it's not exactly something that I should do.
Okay.
Regenerate.
So there is a quick flicker of radiance from Sabo's corpse. It had decayed to less than a skeleton by the time that he actually regenerated.
Yep.
And just like that, he's back, flesh and blood.
From our perspective, how long was he down for?
Maybe a minute.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Permanency.
Yeah, I just so I can visualize his
Okay, but
decay and regeneration.
but less than a skeleton is more than a year's time
Yes.
spent. Okay.
Could have been more than 20 years' time.
Do I
How's
have to down level?
Yep, and roll the d6.
Oh, fuck's sake.
He used power word
So I
kill on you.
And am I supposed to lose all my free XP?
No. So if that's only if you don't have the XP to cover the level
I
loss,
have the XP to cover the level loss.
then you just lose the XP to cover it.
Okay, that's nice. But I still roll a d6.
Yep.
I had barely not enough XP to get the next level.
That is
But
unfortunate.
but I have enough to cover the level loss, so it's
We'll
better.
save
I
for
lose
us this
less.
time, so.
Actually, better. I lose the previous level's worth of XP, not next. Well,
Yep.
I mean, I'm rolling. Well, please don't do that again.
I will not. Do you remember now?
I remember everything. Well, most everything. The world died out as a result of a plague caused by man.
Interesting. There was
the
external
co-
magic just used on you. He kneels down next to you and helps you up.
Would
Who
I have actually
resurrected
been
you
able
just
to-
now?
I resurrected myself.
No. That wasn't
No?
internal.
James,
Well,
with my magic vision sight, would I have been able to actually perceive like something happening as well? Since I've
You
first time
sensed
I
for
ever was to
resurrection,
be
but you
alive.
didn't sense anyone casting a spell. You didn't sense it coming from anywhere else.
It just came from within him, basically,
It seems
or
to
just
have.
appeared. Okay.
Not necessarily
didn't mean to
within him, but
interrupt.
it was just there.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
well, I don't know. We don't know. This is what happens when we die.
I would appreciate if you didn't do that with me, please.
There is no need. You are fully aware of your memories.
Yes, but that would be particularly bad for me, so please don't.
Because your body is not your own?
Yes.
I see. That explains why you have that tattoo.
Does it?
Ward you against death.
No, that is not why I got it. Though it is a nice side effect. My original body drives me insane. I wish to have something to remind myself of this place.
You grew weaker when you died.
Yes.
But that
Apparently
restoration
that is-
occurs every time.
Well, we haven't tested the limits of it, but I suppose at some point there's no weaker you can get, and maybe it stops working then.
My working assumption is that every single time they die, they lose essence. If they have no essence anymore and it's completely drained from them, I would assume that that's the moment it becomes permanent.
James, that's what the scientist lady I was working with said too, right? I presume.
Yep. What is essence?
I go ahead and I explain to him from my people's background, explain them to essence.
Do you have it in a tome?
I'm sure I have writings about it somewhere in my bag. He reaches into his bags and he shuffles
Well,
around looking.
Your
Yeah,
bags
you
are on the
would
ship.
have it. Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, so I have nothing with me. I can only really just
Unfortunate.
I can write down what I know for you if you'd like before I go.
So he has you go
Both
over the
have-
basics of essence.
Yeah, I write down like the basics of essence, and if we have more time, I get more specific. I'm sure you would probably be interested in that.
I tend to refer to these as the four fundamentals. The building blocks on which everything is constructed.
I would be interested in learning more. New perspectives are always wonderful.
That they are.
Well, everything is magic. But magic is four
Yeah.
things now. Once it was three, but with the new balance that has been established and the math that is reality, it appears to be four. It's these four blocks, the four basics. Each one representing different fields of energy. With different combinations of those four, all things are possible.
That makes sense. I always, some people always insisted when I would learn that essence is just essence itself, even though it's referred to as different forms. But I always thought that the three different types of essence are just different expressions. Just as you have magic, you have different expressions of magic, even though they all come from. I always figured they came from the same sort of primordial source, and they sort of are changed and changed by the
Magic is a
world or
silly
how it's
world.
used.
Magic is a silly word. Magic is often used to describe things that are not. Well, people use magic to describe items, spells, and other effects. But spells are spells. They are not magic. They are incantations that act on your innate energy, channeling it, and manipulating it in such a way to produce a calculated effect.
Just expressions.
Yes. It is the same for items. You would not call a cake a magic cake, but just because you mixed flour and water and made cake.
That would also be a very bad cake.
So the belief in the end that matter and all forms of energy are ultimately magic as well, just derived from different forms and changed, transmuted into something else. Am I understanding that right?
If we were to call these fundamentals magic, four different types of magic, then everything is magic.
I had theories about that, but I've never read any books out in the world that would even come close to making me understand or believe that things work that way.
If I may,
You may.
I don't know how relevant it is. The world where I come from, while Nia might have said that has no magic, we do have fundamental forces, which we harnessed and defined as the interaction between the smallest elements of which everything is made out of, which we called atoms, essentially. Through interactions of these tiny particles, we were able to create energy and power devices, much similar to the devices that you have here that are powered by the divine.
Yes, though we did not have any sort of incantations.
Channel the power. Yes, correct. No incantations, just
Mechanics.
mechanics. Yes, technology.
Is it possible that your people are just not aware of such incantations? Or, more likely, you were unable to tap into the energies as innately as creatures of this world are able to tap into ours.
Exactly what I'm thinking. Potentially, it's possible. Yet we were able to tap into energies of things that are too small to see or understand, and can only really be observed as their effect rather than anything else. We could observe the effects of these particles and this energy. We could not observe the energy itself.
I would not believe that to be likely. It is not impossible.
Is that similar to artifice?
Um,
Mm,
so you know,
I don't think so.
imagine two gears, right? I'm assuming you have gears in this world, but don't we, James?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those were the base mechanics of what we called, well, technology. We used natural laws, for example, the idea that heat expands an object by warping it, or that if you manage to flow energy through something, and I do mean energy in the literal sense, by the way, harnessed directly from a source, for example, from a river, by capturing its motion and turning into other motion, all of that creates a product, right? A product of that energy, more motion, more complex types of motion. Our people took those base building blocks, those small, simple principles to their logical extremes. That is how we developed our technologies.
Your magic,
We did not
yes.
have
I
incantations of that kind.
Well, you used tools to channel your magic.
I struggle to correlate the two, but I'm unwilling to end
Well,
this argument at the moment.
You
While-
used
while I
such
agree
a
with
tool to
Nina-
take your magical energy from one location to another. That is basic channeling. Sure, your species was incapable of doing it individually through incantations and such, but you still did it through what you would call your tools of artifice.
James, it doesn't sound correct to Nia, does it? She did literally study as a wizard.
Well, the raw concept is almost identical. Taking energy from point A and using it in point B.
Yes, that I get. But there seems to be a level of almost ritualism to the way that he's saying it that confuses me.
the mechanical energy you speak of is, of course, much easier to demonstrate and to think about, and much harder to correlate with magic of this world. Mechanical interactions exist in this world too. I was able to devise the slime engine to do just that.
Yes, simple
However,
magic.
right. Huh.
If you call it magic
the
by those definitions, maybe, but
what about think about the interactions of the atom, fusion and fission. Those
Fusion
are
and fission.
hardly
Explain this.
tools
What
that.
is that? What's fission? What's fusion?
Right.
Oh.
So remember how I was just talking about the tiny little particles that everything is made of?
Yes.
In our world, we were able to extract energy from these particles decaying. That was named fission. Some elements would decay over time and release energy. This energy we harnessed as heat and converted into mechanical energy or as electricity to be channeled to other locations and
Decaying over time.
into
Do you mean like fire? Where the
similar,
substance is consumed?
Similar but different. But yes,
I have a piece of paper.
essentially they were
Is it-
decaying and turning into different substance, like
It,
kind
like
of like fire.
coal, if you took coal and you let it on fire, it gives off energy for a period of time before it eventually completely turns to dust.
Similar.
Huh.
And you spoke of
You're-
fusion. What is fusion?
The opposite process where
You
two
take components and
smaller
construct something
particles.
greater?
Yes, two smaller particles combined together under extreme forces would create a bigger particle, and in that process produce energy. That is how the star or the sun of our world was thought to produce its heat, its light,
Yes.
I
and
can
we were
understand
able
how
to
fission.
reproduce it in a controlled
I
environment.
I understand how fission would work because it's requiring the decay of a product to produce energy, but how exactly would that work with fusion? Because you're taking things and putting them together. How exactly does that create a net
I
gain of
think
energy
at that
then?
point we'd have to get into nuclear binding energy.
Well, I can do a very simple demonstration. The two smaller the atoms, the small particles that merge, consist of even smaller particles themselves, and combining two of them would mean that one of those subparticles becomes free, and it radiates as energy.
Huh.
There's
Oh,
also
I
the
see. He goes and grabs some. Well, he vanishes and reappears with a small bucket, and you see fluid and brown powder in it. He then waves his hand over it, and you see crystals form of gold. Taking lesser substances and combining them together to produce a greater substance. If we were to define it as a magical resource, we could say one is 2, one is 5, add them together and you get 7. I'm not quite sure where the excess energy comes from. Maybe that's the process of it combining, and no, even then I don't see how. Even in a perfect world, there's still some energy being lost there through the incantation itself.
I th- uh,
there is the question of the strong force, which I believe might help. The strong interaction, the nuclear binding
Ex-
energy.
Explaining
It's
nuclear
hard for me
physics to
to.
two people from a medieval world. I love it.
Yeah, thing is, I believe Neo was because I am a student of physics before the world went pop, and then she continues doing studying, so she's probably able to somewhat do it. I mean, she did it to Leuven. So I guess I'm gonna try to explain the nuclear binding energy and this strong force to the two of them to make like sense of it. Because nuclear fusion is kind of like dependent on that release of energy that occurs because of the difference in mass that arises because of the difference of the nuclear binding energy, and you can't really explain the looking at nuclear binding energy because without understanding that nucleons are attracted to each other because of the strong force. And then you have to understand the strong force, which is a fucking fundamental interaction, and then you have to get into fundamental interactions, which is a whole fucking field. But I mean, fuck it, we ball.
When we leave and we're on our way back, I think it's time that you teach me some of what you know, Nia.
It's not very much applicable here, but would be happy to.
Knowledge is knowledge.
He would share
Knowledge for
with you
knowledge's
some of
sake.
his understandings of the fundamental forces. And
Assuming they're very different from the fundamental forces.
some of them are similar, but the math is usually off for them.
Is that what I've experienced with Leuven too?
It appears so. Gravity seems to be better understood here as probably the core fundamental force.
Interesting. We have the weak force, strong force, electromagnetism, and gravity. Those are our 4 fundamentals. And I'm gonna do my best to explain the 4 of them in, I guess, like brief terms to the both of them. Nia probably like draws the equations. But
Yeah,
she
but
knows them.
he'll try to create magical representations of each one, even if it's just a simulation illusion.
It would have to be, yeah, because of the physics being different in this world. She'd also sketch him the periodic table and the way that molecules work in this world, in our world, as well as cells, because she knows that's a difference. So instead of having like souls or whatever, this is what he like living creatures were comprised of. This is what water was.
I
Stuff
see.
like that.
So you were basically magical circuits.
Everything was.
So people of your world were effectively golems. Meat golems.
Everything was.
Curious.
I think I have managed to figure out where the flaw lies in the bucket of gold experiment.
Go on.
The way that you demonstrated it produced something greater out of two things, something lesser. However, in our world with what we call the strong forces, the two things combined together actually produce something lesser.
I see, that makes sense.
We had to use energy to start the reaction. However, as we produced something lesser, more energy was released in the process than was used to
Not the reaction.
combine them. That is how the reaction of the star kept itself going. It was releasing more energy than is needed to sustain the reaction.
Yep.
Your species
in all-
understood the stars.
Does that mean there's still, it's at the end, it still requires a very large amount of raw material to actually do this? I'm assuming that it's
Yes.
not endless. It does burn out in the end.
Oh yes, stars died all the time.
We observed the galaxy of stars and managed to classify them by age and processes of how they decay as they go along.
You observe
Stars
the
do
death of
die.
you observe the death of entire spheres?
Well, we
Photons, I
don't really
suppose.
know they were spheres. We simply observed the the light signatures of these stars through our mechanical devices that allowed us to amplify these signals and made assumptions about what age they were and made a theory that added up. We didn't really know for sure. It was all
The math checked out. It is
theories
important
and
to know that this was
mathematics.
all
Yes.
possible because of the speed of light. The top speed that anything could reach in our world. We could use that plus the distance that we could measure between ourselves and other objects in space to measure how far away the objects were from ourselves, and thus how long ago the light that we were capturing and thus the sight that we
So
were capturing
light was the fastest thing in your world.
Yes.
Interesting.
It's surpassed the speed of light.
Time is actually the fastest thing for us.
Interesting.
I believe the way
Yeah.
that we.
Well, we had the time space.
Light was not really the fastest thing. Light was just the speed. Really.
Nothing was faster than I guess no object was faster than light.
Only because when you approach the speed of light, the
Time warps.
time stopped. In our world, the faster you went, the slower you became, as all the particles could not move or do any useful actions rather than going in one direction at their maximum speed.
Oh, how I missed astronomy.
The speed of light was just the fastest that a particle could move.
So, what is the most complete material you've been able to successfully produce in your world by combining such
Complete?
different substances?
Oh, it was not done to produce a complete material. It was simply done to, well, it wasn't really perfected. But it could. There were a lot of experiments to reproduce the star in our on our planet in the controlled environment, but due to the epidemic, it was never fully mastered.
It is a shame. We were just about to discover such wonderful things.
The materials were produced through different means. We produced materials such as something that we refer to as carbon nanotubes, for example, which is a special arrangement of these little elements that was the elements that make up wood, for example, but arranged in such a careful and delicate way that the structure was the strongest and lightest thing in that we could make. Stronger
We
than
should tell
diamonds,
them.
perhaps.
We should tell them about the antiparticles. That would be interesting.
Well, I think we can stop on that one. That one is not really practical, is it?
But it's fun. What if they have something like that?
Antiparticles, that would be something along the lines of constructing particles in such a way that the matter, well, that when they collide, they break apart and the energy neutralizes itself.
Somewhat, yes, though it was less about constructing it and more about the idea that every particle had an opposite.
That would imply that your universe was net zero.
That seemed to be the case.
That
That is correct, right, James?
That is what that implies, yes.
all of
Because I'm
these
from the
studies
systems, I will not say something shitty.
were really on at the stage of being developed and observed, and never really fleshed out as we go into the antiparticles.
So it is
What's
important to mention that we did observe naturally occurring antiparticles.
We believe that we observed them. Yes, we built gigantic machines to attempt to observe them.
No,
that
I
actually?
think by 2020 had actually observed some of them in the volcano,
Well,
right?
We observed them in the collider.
Well, if that's true, that's actually a universal trait amongst this world and your worlds. Both of them are ultimately would have to be net zero because it's finite. A finite amount of magic exists here. A finite amount of whatever you had in your worlds. It was finite no matter what.
Finite doesn't mean
It's
net
net zero.
zero.
But you never ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, gain more than what currently exists.
That does not mean net zero. That just means finite. Net zero means if you add everything up, you end up with nothing.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's still. I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to say.
In fact,
It's
in a
something.
world where antiparticles exist, you could argue that it is infinite because you could constantly create more particles and antiparticles.
Yes, insofar as there's a steady source of new material, which
No, if antiparticles are true, then you do not need any extra material, as you just create both at the same time. Together, they're nothing. But that's just to the net zero argument. We don't know any. We barely know enough about them to have reached that. Unfortunately, everything went. Yeah, it's up.
yeah, everything went kapoof.
Uh, Funnily
Tell me, are
enough,
you all busy for the next millennium?
we
Yeah.
kind of were not.
Yes,
Yeah,
our lifespans do technically reach that far.
Right. That would be problematic. If I was to freeze your aging, would you then be free?
Is it, guys? This is how we retire the characters.
Is that how we go back to group 5?
Yeah, we just nerd out for the rest of eternity. Yeah.
Abandon
Perpetual
the
nerd
Kevin
off.
and the ship. Do it.
Just go up there and just pull them in. The baby can give up their ability to like babble.
This is very fascinating to discuss and research. We have only been alive, so to say, for about 20 years, and we have much to see and learn about this world. We, in fact, have recently completed a feat that we're quite fond of, and we're just starting to experience the world on our new ship.
Meta. A feat, you say? We're talking general, class, or skill?
I have been going back and forth whether I should allow you all to leave with your flying ship. It is just such dangerous technology for there to be out there.
Well, you probably already know that it's not a technology that anybody can reproduce.
That's not necessarily a deciding factor for me in this. It comes down to whether I should even intervene with your development.
How so?
If I was to destroy the ship, I would be saving many lives. I am certain that that ship and what it represents and how it is going to be used is going to bring about the deaths of many. Be it directly used in warfare or indirectly to provide information, transport materials, or other such methods. The speed at which and the flexibility at which it offers, it is a dangerous device. Now, I'm also not convinced that it is my place to intervene, as much as I would like to. I know that I could stop a great deal of disasters. I know I could do that. But should I be allowed to? Is it fair for me to? And I don't think it is. No, I don't think it is.
We would be very grateful if you shall decide to indeed start stopping things like this. You do not start with our ship.
We stop things like this from time to time.
Huh.
It is not uncommon for humans to get out of hand. And not just humans, but all sorts of races, even elves. We have entire industries here dedicated to stopping those. Through quick action, they can be wiped out. Usually it is only the leadership that must be dealt with. Occasionally we can intervene earlier, and no deaths must occur.
So you sort of took over the role of that's the divine or the old celestial beings used to play.
And is why humans eventually left our order. They could not stand the action that we took. Of course, we cannot interfere everywhere, only where we know. And we cannot interfere in small things because there are too many large issues that happen. Even now, you see the ones that fall through the cracks. The planar collapse, for example, that occurred because we did not see it coming.
I would argue that with us out there, you would have another set of eyes.
I do plan to return.
For instance, we knew about what was happening.
If we were aware of the ability to inform you about what was transpiring, I definitely would have made a sending to make you aware if you could have stopped it. So us
The
being out
amount
in
of
the
time it
world
would have
and
taken us to
exploring,
stop it, I'm not sure we could have.
but
I am
Salo did bring
incredibly
it this up,
powerful,
you know.
that is true. The power of Elgara is even greater than I. There are too few of us to stop every problem. To act so quickly is to be reckless. And it will destroy more than it will protect. We must be careful when we decide what to act on. And we must be timely. If we act too quickly, we do not go about things in the best way, and then bad things happen. For example, we
But in
could
the
have
end-
made the planar collapse worse.
Well, at the end of the day, at least you would have known about it.
Knowledge is always good. But the expectation that knowing will grant you power over a situation, that is rarely true.
Is it not better to have it than to not have it?
Every day, you were one planar tear away from having your entire life torn up to shreds, with creatures spewing in from other planes to wreak havoc and wipe out your home. You would have no power to stop it. You would have no forewarning that it was going to happen. It would just randomly happen. Is that something that everyone should know?
I would rather know.
It really depends. If what you mention is extremely unlikely, I imagine you don't need to know about every extremely unlikely situation,
I
and
would like to.
you might want to know about. Okay, well, not everyone will want to know about every single possibility. Somebody collecting hundreds of gods for a ritual might be worth knowing about.
I would always want to know. Be damned the consequences. I'd always want to know. I'd rather know than be ignorant.
I'm gonna covertly high five Nilvaris. He respects that a lot. She gets a bit of a bittersweet look in her face, but still.
Even if I'm unable to act, I always prefer to know. I feel
It's,
ignorance is more painful to have than knowledge, even if the knowledge itself might be painful.
I think you're disregarding the impending doom that it causes for people. Some intellectuals are capable of handling such understandings, but for the average person, knowledge of a potential impending doom is simply justification to do as they please.
You are right. You are right in that regard. But those who have the capacity to know can maybe make a difference, make changes, do something that can at least mitigate it in some respect. Anything that prevents misery, or at least helps alleviate that misery, is a worthy endeavor. I'm not advocating that Elgara should always intervene in every single thing that occurs. But those of us who are out in the world and do something, as much as I would want to stay here in Elgara and learn, I couldn't shake the feeling of not being out in the world and trying to make a difference. Humans will do what humans do, but if they can be gently guided to a better action, then it is an action that I would want to try and guide. In that way, though, us being out in the world is helpful. Anything great that if you are not able to see, then perhaps we can inform you. And whether or not you take action is still, of course, is your purview. Not for us to say whether or not we would insist it, but we are eyes for you.
I do not have as objective a piece to say, I admit. But I have been studying under Elder Hoggery. Studying is a bit of a strong word. He's been indulging my curiosity, I guess. Our time on this world is much more limited than yours. Even with celestial regeneration, I doubt I'm gonna last as long as Hagrid did. But she pauses, purses her lips a bit. Apologies, I did not think I would have to plead for this, but we are yet young. We do not have long on this earth. In the little time that we do have, we've struggled, we've suffered, and we've toiled towards the goal of discovering, traveling, seeing, understanding. We want to understand more. We want to see more. There's a world, a whole universe out there that I do not know yet. That Sabo does not know yet. That even Elvarius, though he is not a celestial like us, does not know yet. And we be sacrificing that growth, that opportunity to grow as people in a world that has grown, if we consign ourselves to remaining here for the rest of time, stuck in our 20s, or in Elvaris in his case in his 200s, consuming knowledge that's thousands of years old and incredibly evolved and beautiful and pristine, but also not quite in touch with what has happened in the outside. I was learning under Hagrid because I wanted to take a piece of Elgara's culture, your growth, your people's history, just a tiny fraction of it with me as I went out and saw the horrors the world has to offer again. To remind myself that this is what people are capable of. If I never saw another people again, all of that would mean nothing. There is still beauty out there to see. There's still wonder out there to discover. If there is such a thing as pleading to a royalty here, I would plead for you to not steal that wonder from our future. It is what makes life worth living.
Elegantly put. And it is your choice how you spend your time, however little or long it is.
I don't think there's ever such a thing as too much time. Though I suppose, with my limited experience, I am rather biased by that. Some of your folk might disagree with me.
It is entirely possible to have too much time. How much time is too much time depends entirely on the person, though. Those who do not know how to use their time often have more time than they have any right to have.
It is a bit disheartening to see that even in a world where people can live for so long, it seems to me as if it is always going to be the ones that we least want to see die early that die soon. Some things I suppose never change.
Well, if it is not possible, then it is not possible. Is there anything else you wish to speak to me about?
No, I have a request, but it is separate from this conversation.
Near is an eyebrow. Courageous.
No, the request is just myself and Salvo learned of an Elgarian technique to safeguard our true names. If you can point us in the direction of someone that may teach us or may help us create the item necessary to do so. We were hoping to do that before we can leave Elgara.
Come with me.
Guys, I think my talking with you worked.
Well done.
Thank you.
He walks over to one of the walls and then starts walking up an invisible staircase.
I
Yeah,
guess
I
we
try
follow.
to do the same.
Yeah. Is the staircase
It
there
is-
for us to walk up?
It is there, it's just very awkward.
Yeah, I imagine so.
As you get up to the top, he walks through the roof by continuing to climb the staircase, and you each test and make sure that it's something you can pass through it as you go up and through.
Yep.
I'm assuming it's an illusory wall. I can actually see that
Yep.
it's an illusory wall. Yeah. Okay.
He then takes you down several corridors to what appears to be a woodworking room.
Okay.
This is going to be bloodwood. I'm going to need a drop of each of your blood. You can prick it there, as he points to a needle, and then go and put the blood into one of the basins.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm gonna give that a go.
No worries. Does it? Yep.
He then hands each of you a silver bottle to basically pour
Thank
into
you.
the basin,
Okay.
Yeah,
and then
do
he
that.
takes you through the process of making bloodwood.
Okay. What's that for?
Bloodwood will not rot while you live.
And when we die, we can regenerate out of this box.
If there's ever a safer spawn point,
Yep.
That's true, right? If our bodies got annihilated, wouldn't we regenerate here, James?
Out of the largest remaining piece of you.
Yep. So
So if
drop
we
a
get
hair
okay, right, then this would be the
in the box just in case.
Okay, well, we do so.
yeah, sure.
Alright. Next, you are going to need to strip your true name. If you are unable to interact with it, then I can do so for you.
I'm unable.
I'm
And then
assuming do I have the ability to do so? Since I can actually perceive it?
You need to be able to see it, true names and touch ethereal to do so.
Okay, I can't touch ethereal. I am going to need help. I can see my name, but I cannot directly interact with it.
Okay. He reaches up to yours first, Novarius, and grabs each letter from right to left and pulls it into the material plane before quickly placing it into your hand. It is almost like jelly, except it doesn't feel like it will ever break. The structure
Do
to
we
it
get to
is
know
too
our true names?
perfect, but it is as soft and flexible as jelly. It folds around your hand and through your palm. He goes through the next one and grabs Sabo's before passing it to you, Sabo.
Yep.
Next, Nia, he grabs yours. And
Do
Can we
hands
get
it
to
to
see
you.
if our names
Can I see it now?
Yes,
What does it say?
a whole bunch of symbols.
Okay, so I can't read it.
Because
If you
hold
want
on,
to,
can you?
if you want to know if you want to know it, I'll tell.
No,
I'll tell it to you.
no. I mean,
No.
okay, I
I
want
would
to
love
know
to know.
in meta only, please.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
My character that actually would rather not know.
I think Nia would want to know.
Well, once you know it's in your memory and there's no point in hiding it like this.
Exactly.
Oh, then I guess never mind. No knowing. The reason I wanted to know was because I had a character with a true name. It was like 3 letters, and it was really funny.
He then gestures for you to place the name into the box.
Do that.
Yep.
And then you take the box and you soak it in the fluid.
All right.
Once that is done, you take the box out, you wrap a string around it, and then you follow him outside to bury it.
Okay.
This is a young tree, planted only 40 years ago. He takes you over to it, digs out 3 holes by waving his hand. Place them in there.
I'll place mine in the middle.
Yep. Into the hole it goes.
Yep. Sambo, you place yours as well?
Yes.
Okay. He waves his hand and it's like the dirt was never disturbed.
Interesting.
Thank you, Elgara.
I believe our business together is done now.
There is one thing I would like to tell you.
What is that?
I understand that from my meetings with Hagrid that you are king because your people will itself. They feel safer with you here.
That is part of it.
I admire your dedication to that, to your people. That is it.
Then there is one more thing I'd like to share with each of you.
Oh.
Novarius,
Yes.
These people are fresh of this world. Make sure they live proper lives.
I do my best. I
Sabo,
will continue to do so.
Me?
hold on to your life. And hold on to your friends. Both are as valuable as each other. Neither more so than the other. Nia,
Yes? She blinks.
let go.
Of what?
The rules of your old world.
Her eyes furrow a bit. Narrow a bit, sorry. Her eyebrows furrow a bit.
The people of this world are not lesser. They're also not better. They just are. It is different. Not good different, not bad different, simply different. You'll never be able to accept that while you hold on to the rules of your old world.
I will keep that in mind.
He vanishes.
Well.
At this distance, you can
fast.
actually see the quick blur of his movement. It's very difficult to see in a confined space.
Damn.
Well,
That's
that
a
was something.
big ass hate spell.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Was there many people left in Brazil when you nuked it?
None that I could tell.
Oh.
I'd not met
Well,
anyone for a very long time at that point.
I'm glad for you then.
It was just me.
I'm sorry, what happened?
Nah, well, now that I have some memories, I think me and Nia will have a lot of things to talk about. Seems like we're both from the same time, unlike Kevin.
I look forward to future conversations with the two of you. I would. Obviously, our worlds are different, but I would very much like to learn more.
As I
Yeah.
would yours.
Do you think we could do fusion here?
Oh, that would be really cool to try.
Because this thing about making a sustainable reaction of combining two elements that produces more energy than takes.
We'll work towards that.
If it was possible, well.
If it was possible,
Maybe
then we'd be the ones to find out.
I imagine you probably could, but it sounds like you need an intense amount of energy to make it happen. So you need a vast amount of magic.
Well, you see, this
likely
is
to
the
start
difference
it.
between this world and our world. It's much easier here to gain access to the energy to start it and to contain it and to make a spell to contain it. In our world, the containment and the starting all had to be done with mechanics. Here we can use raw magic for it.
It is also worth noting the power of individuals here is much greater.
Well, I guess should we make our way out?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yep, let's go to the exports. See how long it takes us.
Okay. So you go to the guard to get checked in to
Yep.
being released?
Checked in to get checked out.
Okay. You're sat down in a room. A guard comes up to you with a book. So, I take it you've picked up on some things while inside of a city?
Mm-hmm.
Do you plan to share the knowledge that you've gained here outside of the city?
No.
No.
Okay. Can I get a deception check from anyone who's trying to deceive them?
Mia does not plan to share anything. I don't think there's even any buts.
I am going to actively try to not share anything.
Okay.
Navarius is a man of his word. Even if he wishes he could take it back.
Now, you'll do everything in your power to make sure that the technology that you have learned of, if you produce it outside of this city, does not fall into the hands of anyone not from within the city.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, yes.
That was not
Alright.
my goal entering the city.
You will not use your unfair advantage from knowledge that you've gained from within the city to make a financial benefit over anyone from outside of the city.
No.
Financial benefit over people? No. But what's the border between financial benefit and simply existing?
Using anything that you gain from within it to generate money. By generate, I mean produce goods, sell goods, fabricate money, anything of the kind. You cannot generate or come to wealth by using this knowledge and equipment.
No.
If I was to generate something and use it myself, or allow my crew to use it, would that be acceptable?
As long as your crew does not sell goods.
We will not sell any goods produced by any methods acquired in Elgara.
Directly or indirectly.
What would indirectly imply here?
So, for example, producing special wood for a ship so that the ship is a little bit faster than using that ship to go around buying and selling goods.
Noted. So any upgrades made to the ship cannot increase the profitability.
Correct.
Unless they don't use
Okay.
Elgara technology at all.
All right. I do not think I've picked up on anything that can increase the profitability of the ship.
Alright.
So we are safe here.
You will not reveal the location of Elgara to anyone?
No.
No.
Okay. Then there's just a series of different tests being done on different days to make sure that there's nothing hidden inside of you, no extra dimensional linkings, no spell bindings, nothing that's going to be conjured to you on another day. And after about a month of that... Sorry, go ahead.
Protest any test that she considers a bit too invasive.
Your protest has been acknowledged, but for the safety of the world, we have
what
to
I
be
mean
thorough.
by that is that if anyone that tries to undress her in a room is that what the fuck, please don't.
They don't need to, they can
Assuming
just
they're above
scry.
that, but yeah, I don't give a shit about that then.
Okay. Then after that, you are released from the city.
Yay.
It was
I
an
would have left,
exhausting process.
I would have left a goodbye letter to all of my mentors and friends and stuff, and to
Okay.
the lady that's still trapped. And I would like to ask the guards to be to tell them bye for me, even though I already left them a letter.
All right.
Off we go.
Then you all get to the ship. Kevin,
Yay!
Sorry,
you
Kevin.
exist.
I do exist.
Funny that.
There's still 2 apprentices.
Yes.
Huh. Maybe it's time to use some negative encounters.
Sabo, no.
Well, I suppose you all are bored to fuck being here, so I don't know, we can just go back. We haven't found any other city on the way, so instead of exploring, we can take you back to the Celestial Nation and spend some time in civilization.
After spending time in Elgara, I don't think we can ever truly compare.
Yes, but think about these people stuck on a ship for 6 months, but weren't going anywhere.
Of course, of course.
Okay.
I'm
And
gonna go
as
talk to my partner and take care of my child.
Maybe.
We have that to do.
they give you the child and they go anywhere else on the ship.
Based. Badass. Let's go.
Oh.
Baby time.
I'm gonna see that I now have a different Nia to work with, and I'm gonna get the other Nia to come help me with the physics.
Well, I
She'll
can
take
still help you
physics
with
over
physics.
baby any day of the week.
This was her idea.
Yeah. And then you fucked off for 6 months.
Yeah.
7
fine.
months.
You're like that dad who went out to get bread and never came back.
Listen, it was a very, very long bread line, okay?
Okay.
Elves do everything too long.
That's actually funny. Is that actually like the common use in your countries is bread? Because in the US it's like cigarettes or milk.
Yes, well, cigarette
Okay.
or bread in Russia, yeah.
Oh, okay. I love it. I love it.
I don't think I'm allowed to say that in this stream.
Okay.
What's the demonetization of one video?
Oh
It
no,
was
there's
just
3.
one.
There's 4 viewers. 3 of them with ad block.
Not my 4 viewers.
Okay.
So I assume we take off and start making our way back to Celestial Nation.
Yep. Still got some business to finish there.
Yeah, you're working. I'm assuming you're working on your divine circuit.
I mean,
did-
I can spend if you need me for the teleportation research,
Yeah,
I
because
could
you have
assist.
a much better craft check than I do, so I can because I did the initial research on how, but is now I just need to help build. You have a better craft check than I do.
Okay. Let's James, if we work on it together, can we make it more efficient than in +2 aid? +4 aid, I guess.
Well, also too, we both have the same extra like bonus feat now. That gives us an additional bonus.
Ah,
We
you got
both have
that feat as
Elgar.
well.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got
Which
Elgar
one?
and focus as well.
well, we can't
Oh,
stack the bonus.
did you all get Elgar's focus in?
Sounds like we all got the focus.
Hold on, we all got what?
Elgara and focus sounds like we all got it.
Yeah, but did you get anything else?
I got craft and brew as well.
Oh, cool. Yes, then Milbert and I probably got the same.
I got something with a special meta magic.
Same.
Okay, you got Elgar and meta magic as well.
Yep, the one that we have the same spell prepared.
Mine is if someone's casting a spell and it's a spell that I have prepared, I can use a reaction to empower
Yep.
or dampen the spell.
Oh,
Same.
cool.
Okay.
Well,
And I
shall
got
we
older.
shall we roll some d10s? Kevin, I have a job for you.
James,
Yep.
check my private channel.
Kevin.
What kind of
Thank you.
bonus is it to assist? Is it also a status or is it something else?
Aid.
Assisting is an
Aid.
untyped bonus.
Okay, so they do stack then.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, by rules it is circumstance, but if James allows
I've got
to
it
be
as
untyped.
untyped.
Okay. Cool. Oh, we might have been doing it wrong because aid is success +1 and critical it's +2, +3, +4. But I guess you have it changed. It's just that it's hard to see where all the changed rules are. So what are we waiting for?
I'm having to
I was-
check something. I'm
I
ashamed.
was just getting the downtime tables up. Okay, so who wants to roll the first d10s?
Kevin.
Do it,
Go,
Kevin.
Kevin. You deserve to roll shit today, Kevin. Do it.
How many
Come
am I
on,
rolling?
10.
usually do 10 at a time. Oh yes, Kevin. Well done.
A 10 and a 1.
I mean, just 2d10 from you.
10 is a 2 and the 1 is a 9.
Damn.
Okay. There's a small sailboat down below you in the water.
That's in 2 weeks out.
Yep.
Okay, let's go talk to them.
You're the captain.
I'm gonna take the ship down.
Alright. So you take the ship down, and there is just a look of shock on the fisherman's face.
Hey guys.
Your boat flies!
Yeah. Where are you guys from?
An island not far that way. And he points slightly east.
Alright.
That's going in the map.
Well, we're gonna go check it out.
Alright.
Have fun. Gonna take. Well, I guess. Well, they already know we fly.
Have a good day.
You too.
I guess we'll fly until we can see the island, and then I'll sail into the two ports so that it's not not everybody's completely
You fly until you see the island, but you do not see a port. There is like 2 buildings in air quotes on this island.
Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, just like home, guys.
Let's check in with them. What's up with this 2-building island?
Okay.
How long have they been alone on an island? And
Middle of nowhere.
yeah.
15 years or so.
Oh, and
Okay,
They're
guys,
just
can we
yelling
rescue
at
these guys?
you?
I'm feeling bad. Can we rescue these guys? I'm feeling bad.
Wait,
They
are
just
they-
went
are
through the
they-
same thing we
are-
did.
Are they actually trapped? Are they?
city or something, and then
We
that happened.
were on a boat fishing.
Uh-huh. Then you couldn't find your way back.
Yeah. We eventually found
well, we
this
don't-
island, and we set up this place as our home.
Well, we don't
There's 9
know
of
any
us.
place nearby.
Can we take 9 on the ship for a little bit, James?
Sabo, how many rooms are spare?
There's no rooms, but I mean, there's the cargo hold which they can live in.
Do you guys mind if we rescue these guys? Yeah, we're really into it.
And would make sense. It's just that
Well, do they actually need to be rescued? I missed that part. Do they actually need to be rescued? Or,
look,
like, are
it's
they happy?
9
They would
fishermen.
appreciate being taken to society.
Okay, that's what I was more interested in. Can they be? Would they want to be moved?
Whether they are socially compatible with the society you're going to, that is yet to be seen.
Can we make a quick judgment check on that?
It's not really a quick process.
I think that is a fantastic project for Connor
Okay.
on our way back.
Hey, let's pick him up and pick up the other fishermen, I guess.
Okay.
Yep. You're being rescued. Please do not resist.
But our ship.
We'll go grab
One of them
the
slaps
friend-
the other guy.
Yeah. What he said. Point to the guy who
Mm.
slapped.
Our ship's giving other people like insufficiency. They're having self-esteem issues, Sabo.
Do you mean
Well-
the guy who was out fishing in the boat that he was in?
Okay, so you guys go and pick up the guys out in.
Yeah.
Yep, but yes.
All right.
Name's checking you.
Nine charges for the chalice.
Okay,
Yes, 9 shots for
actually,
the chalice.
I'm sorry, did I hear 9 charges for the chalice?
Yes, you did hear Sabo. Being Sabo. What
I'm
else
assuming
do
that
you need?
was. I'm assuming that was sarcasm.
I'm assuming that was meta.
I also assumed that it was meta, but
It was meta. It was sarcasm. All right. However,
Alright.
once they die, it's 9 charges for the chalice.
That's valid.
Sabo, no.
Hey, it's using the resources wisely.
I don't like how he said when, not if.
Okay. And 9 is. There is a floating fungus in the water.
I really don't want to get close to that.
It is giving off a nasty smell.
Let's fuck off, please.
You want to fireball that?
No, I want to leave it alone.
Okay. We leave it alone.
Thank God. Thank you. I hate smelly fungi. They're creepy and crawly and disgusting.
And they get everywhere.
Blech.
Also a 10 and a 1. Four positive, 7 negative.
Roll the 7 again.
Come on, 1. Ah, fuck me.
Roll the d10. Okay. 4. You see a phoenix off in the distance.
I'm gonna wave to it.
Are phoenixes intelligent creatures, or are they instinctual animal creatures?
It depends on the phoenix. Some of them are intelligent, but that's because their druids have made them intelligent. Natively, they are not.
Oh,
Mia
okay.
is still waving cheerfully at the thing. She thinks it's beautiful and she wants to get a closer look at it. If it, so that's
That
nice.
looks
That's
like
not-
Steve.
That looked like a new. That looked like a new friend for Kevin.
Yeah.
If it's
Yes.
Can we catch up to the Phoenix?
What is the ship's speed?
It's a number.
That's super helpful. Thank you.
Ship speed is 30 some power to catch up.
All right. Okay, looks like you can catch it.
Go.
Hey, Mr. Phoenix.
I'm gonna roll diplomacy on the bird.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that was private. Is one want to reroll that since I rolled the private, or is that fine?
Just right click.
I need to know exactly
reveal
what
that
you're
already.
doing.
I'm trying to talk to Phoenix to see if I can sound friendly enough that it's going to approach us. She's talking to it as if it's intelligent. Because otherwise, I believe that would be a nature check, and she's not spectacular at nature. That'd be someone else's
Okay.
ballpark.
So, is the ship getting within range to actually speak? That's like 30 to 40 feet away.
How does the Phoenix look when we approach?
Not too fast, actually.
Okay, then we can get close.
Kevin would like to position himself to be the closest point of contact with the Phoenix.
Mia's right beside you. She's in absolute adoration of this thing.
How toasty is it?
Surprisingly cool.
Okay, then we can get close.
Okay. So you get within range to speak. What would you like to say to it?
Nia is complimenting it on its beauty and grace, and asking if she could take just a bit of a closer look. She doesn't have to like come super close or into the ship. She just wants to see if she can like get a better look at it. Sort of like show off its wings or something like that.
Okay, the Phoenix does a bit of a spin and then goes and lands on the ship.
Can I approach it?
Yes.
Kevin, Nia's pulling you towards the Phoenix as she just rushes there with
Oh,
all the.
you don't have to pull. Kevin's right there with you.
Yeah, okay, let's go. She runs to the Phoenix. James, I'm gonna kneel in front of the Phoenix.
Okay. The
Does she let
Phoenix
me?
lights on fire.
Or it. I'm gonna pet the Phoenix.
Okay, reflex save.
So did you
I'm
miss the
failing.
bit where he said
Yeah.
he lit on
No,
fire?
I didn't. Nia's just Nia.
Oh my god, Windows is killing Skype.
Good.
You're
Reflex save, you
reading
said?
news while DMing the D&D.
It just popped up in the bottom right corner of my screen. Sorry, what was that, Nia?
That-
Roll
28?
private again, and it's a nat 1.
Incredible.
28
28?
is a success. You take half
Cool.
of this, unless you've got evasion.
I do not. Half of what?
Half of 17 fire damage, round down.
Oh, it's a little baby phoenix.
Alright. I take no damage. Wait, sorry, it's half 17. Oh, yeah.
8.
Yeah, I take no damage.
Alright.
It means I can continue petting it, right?
Well. Okay.
Does it let? It seems like it's enjoying the attention.
Yes.
Then fuck it. I think I'm just gonna take it. I don't care.
Okay.
That's half,
24
right?
No. The half was from you pulling back before you got too badly burned. Now it's just 24.
Okay.
As you're patting it, the flames are getting more intense.
That is okay. Sacrifices must be made.
Give it a hug.
Nia, don't hurt
I'm
yourself.
enjoying myself.
But
Let me
don't
Nia
have
hurt
this.
found the
yourself.
phoenix and burned down.
Good unburned human.
It talks?
Wait, it talk?
It just spoke in human.
Oh my god, you can speak!
Of course I can speak, I'm not an idiot.
Oh, that's so cool! Continues petting the bird. And taking fire damage. Then petting the bird. She is resistant to fire, but not that much.
Yep, you just see your hand getting slightly burned.
Yep, that's okay. She's willing to pay that price. And just shape shifts if the burn marks away, I guess. Damage still there, just
I'm gonna go over there and say, hello, my name is Sabo. Have a name?
No.
Oh. Well, how's your day been so far?
Pretty good, I'm getting pats now.
you're
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Yes, I am.
You are. Continues patting the firebird and taking fire damage.
Are you from far away? James alive?
Yep,
I
was just
alive.
He's
being
dead.
told something. Okay. Well, a little bit far. Long bit far. Depends how far back we're talking.
I don't know. Do you like where do you live now?
I'm a free phoenix.
So
Free
just
to the open
wherever.
sky.
Let's go. That's so cool.
Do you need to sleep somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
So you'll just find an island for yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Sometimes I sleep on the water. Sometimes I wake up
Oh.
covered in ash.
Is the voice distinctively masculine or feminine?
No.
Well, either way, you're absolutely gorgeous, and I love your flames. Does it have like those cool blue flames that the ones in the Pathfinder version do?
Only when it gets worked up.
Ah,
The ship is... The top wooden deck is starting to burn slightly.
oh, can you move a bit to the side, please?
Okay. They move slightly to the side so that they're burning the other section.
There should be a metal section somewhere for it to purge.
Oh, I will take it there so I can continue to pat it. He's having a good day. Again, she's still a bit depressed, but like way less than she was initially. Way less. Petting of the cool firebird is making her day.
Well, I'll let you guys keep making with our free phoenix here.
Hell yeah.
I suppose we can continue on our way.
Okay.
Do you want to come with us?
Where to?
Like a long ways that way.
And then
Okay.
wherever the fuck we figure out. We're a free people.
Are phoenixes native to the material plane, or are they also technically indigenous to the plane of, to the Feywild with fire and
Phoenixes
whatnot?
are actually native to the material plane.
Oh, okay.
Continues petting the bird. And then every now and again she pauses. Probably goes to Kevin. Kevin, heal.
Kevin would do that.
Goes back to bird and ceremoniously returns
Okay.
the petting ceremony.
Kevin and Connor taking turns refocusing on healing.
Yep.
Mia just petting bird.
Mia's very happy again.
The infinite bird petting engine.
That's right.
When she's not taking over to her for a child, she's petting the bird. Really, really pretty bird. Made of fire, Sabo. Did you get it? Firebird.
Yeah, you can keep the firebird.
I don't think the firebird would want to belong to anyone.
Well, friends, you know.
Yes, I'm going to ask if the firebird wants to be friends. I have to roll another diplomacy, James.
Yes.
Spectacular. $36.
The bird has claimed you as their human.
What does that mean?
You're their pet.
Cat.
Oh, spectacular. I am surprisingly okay with it because it's a really cool firebird. Kevin,
What?
I made a friend with a thing like you do.
Yes.
High five.
High five.
It is a good life. I will. I think I don't need to tell you anymore that Nia is constantly petting the bird when she can. So moving on.
Okay, next 10d10.
I want to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I guess it's Nia.
Me, 10, go.
A
1
1
to
and a
10.
10 and a
10.
10.
In order, so oops. 6, 9, 3.
6 is awful weather. 9.
Did I upgrade this, guys? To a tier 2?
You see a dragon off in the distance.
What
Oh.
color?
Blue.
Guys, can I
think-
wave the dragon, or is that bad?
I think blue is the void, right?
How big?
You're not sure at this distance.
We've been avoiding the chromatic.
Like a bunch of
You guys wanna
racists.
Do you guys want to try and talk this one?
Nope.
I mean, Kevin always does.
No varies.
Is AFK.
Jimmy, can I roll perception on this thing?
Sure.
I don't want to get near an angry dragon who might want to take the ship.
34.
Might be adult.
Adult bull dragon? Never seen one of those before. Nowhere near as pretty as a phoenix, though. Fast bird. Well, if the votes to avoid it, she will reluctantly wave as we probably fuck off. Bye, Mr. Dragon. Or Miss. Who knows?
Bye-bye. That's the phoenix.
Love it. Phoenix is great.
Okay. You see a small boat in the water.
We go to the boat.
Let's go.
Whoever was
Hello,
on this
boat.
boat seems to be long dead. Their body has rotted entirely. The boat is barely holding on as well. It could fall into the water any day now.
Hey, let's figure.
There's some fishing equipment on it though.
Just fishing equipment.
Yep.
You guys want to use the
How
chalice to
long
resurrect
dead?
this random ass
No.
fucker just for
How
shits
long-
and giggles?
How long dead do I think he is?
Decade, maybe a bit longer.
And the boat is still up.
Yeah, it is holding on for dear life.
It hasn't been in a single storm in 10 years that caused it to fuck up.
Not in this area.
Okay, so there's nothing helpful there.
Also,
guess-
Nia, I would like to just point out that if we were going to use the chalice to resurrect anyone, it should be Steve, because we still haven't done that.
Yeah, but how? Okay, hear me out. We resurrect Steve. What do we do next? We make him fly
Hang
behind
him.
the ship.
Hang him from the ship.
No, we let Steve free.
No! Build him an aquarium!
Do you remember how big Steve is?
Okay,
Points
fine.
vaguely
I
at
did. I
Sabo.
did.
Good
I did.
craftsman go.
I did promise to resurrect Steve, so let's just do it.
I don't think you should do it in the middle of nowhere though. We should probably do it when we're going with Doc.
No, because it's a 97 days cooldown on the chalice, so we'll do it in the
Oh,
middle of
okay.
nowhere.
Okay.
As soon as the charge ends, right? Oh,
You bring back Steve.
Steve the fish.
Steve is confused.
Kevin, say your goodbyes.
I'll wave to Steve.
Steve waves to you in confusion.
Does it speak any language? Any language?
No,
Not
it just
that
knows a
we
few tricks
knew.
that it's been taught.
Well, I reckon it's either gonna follow us from the sea, or we're gonna end up finding something for it to do.
Okay. So, you see the fish start swimming. Do you want to take the ship off again?
Sorry, I'm back.
Did
Uh.
Kevin say his goodbyes to the Steve?
Yes, Kevin would have said bye to Steve.
Okay, and we fuck off.
Yep, the ship takes off, and the Phoenix dives overboard. It's gonna go get some fish to eat.
No,
What
not
did I miss?
Steve. No.
Would it? I probably ask it not to eat Steve if it possibly can.
And leave that perfectly good fish to be wasted? I think not.
That fish
That-
is his
That
friend.
that is Steve, and Steve is my friend.
Well, your friend is lunch.
No.
It dives
Like
off the
to-
ship.
I would like to try to stop it.
Grapple
Can I roll
check.
diplomacy before that? Because I was trying to verbally stop it before the grapple began.
It is DC 23 to grab it.
James, can I
Oh,
roll
that's too
diplomacy before that?
low. Come on. I want
Because I was
Mr.
actively
I
trying
want
to
Mr. Phoenix to
persuade
eat
it
the
against.
fish.
I'm sorry, my plus 23 to athletics says I win.
30, that would be put 32. 32, diplomacy, James?
It's ignoring you, Nia.
It's unfortunate.
You're its pet.
Incredible.
I would +5 that.
Okay, you critically succeed.
Kevin gonna fight the Phoenix now.
Please don't hurt my bird.
I'm just restraining the Phoenix and saying, I said no.
Do you know what the
Steve
neat
is my
part
friend.
about phoenixes are?
They're on fire.
When you're in contact with it, you burn. 16
That's
fire
fine.
damage.
Sorry, you found another Steve?
No, we resurrected Steve because I promised long time ago to resurrect Steve, and
Oh, when did you resurrect him? Holy shit, okay.
just now. Because I thought I might as well while we're traveling.
And now they want to let Steve go free.
And the phoenix wants to eat Steve.
Yeah.
As he should.
Except I'm restraining. So, no.
Okay, are you immune to 16 damage, or how long are you holding onto it before it burns you?
I am arguing with it until it decides not to eat Steve. I will be taking full damage, and I will be using my divine gift to heal for a lot of that damage as necessary.
Have you ever tried arguing with a cat?
Yeah. I have won before. It takes a
Are
while.
you sure?
I feel like you
Thanks.
arguing, you trying to restrain this Phoenix is just like you trying to baptize a cat. I don't know how that's gonna work.
Yeah.
James?
Yeah,
Yes?
if you're strong enough with my +8 strength, you can do it.
Well, you have like 2 minutes.
And you're gonna be hurt while you're doing it. This is exactly like it, yes.
Alright,
don't think-
understood.
I just don't think you can hold it on for long enough to actually achieve anything, because in 2-3 minutes you have to let it go.
Yes, probably.
What were you saying, Nia?
No, just ask something new. Sorry for the bot, I keep forgetting.
I'm gonna make it so that it asks people if you want to make a thing a reminder.
Does it keep trying to struggle free?
No, it's just going to cook you first, and then it's going to go eat the fish, and then eat you.
It is a cat, huh?
Kevin, just let the bird Phoenix do Phoenix things, please.
All right. After I see it just not doing anything useful, I'm gonna suplex the phoenix.
Okay.
Let me take the
its
damage
wings
first,
and tie
then,
it into a knot.
Can you please not kill my bird? If you're gonna, are you trying to kill my bird?
I'm not your property.
I'm messing the player, but yeah, sure.
Exactly, Mr.
No,
Phoenix. Don't
I'm
listen
trying
to
to
them. Go
save
eat
my
that
friend.
fish.
Sabo, you're not helping.
I'm not trying to save anyone. He is a fucking phoenix. That's a fish. Let them deal with each other on their own terms.
Cycle of nature.
All right, so unarmed strike. It's a 35.
That's a crit.
Okay.
Assuming you're dealing non-lethal damage.
Non-lethal, but it's gonna take 6 bludgeoning and land prone.
Okay.
I'm assuming Sabo's not in the middle of all this, and he's probably standing back. Same thing with Nilvarius, right?
Yep.
I'm standing back and I'm rooting for the phoenix.
He whispers over to Sabo. You know, if this goes bad, I think Phoenix Ash actually has some chemical uses.
He gives you all a stink look.
James, is it looking like it's completely ignoring everything I'm doing and is just gonna try to go after the fish again?
Yep.
I'm gonna grab it again.
Well, in that situation, Alvarez, it's better to keep it around because it seems to, from what it said, sometimes generate ash after it sleeps.
Yeah, you are right. But I'm curious
And
how long.
before
How
you
long does
roll
this
again, I'm
continue?
gonna roll my divine gift.
I imagine
Anyway,
him and Sabo having this really like matter-of-fact discussion while Kevin is wrestling a phoenix.
I don't think
Guys,
Kevin can keep it
suplexing a
going
bird.
forever, so just a matter of time.
Why won't you let me eat the fish? It's mine
I
by
told
right.
you. No, it's not. It's my friend. You can't eat.
Sure I can. Watch me.
I won't let you.
You can eat my friend. They point at Nia.
Right.
I don't want to eat your friend. That's also my friend.
Okay, but I want to eat your friend.
And I won't let you.
The phoenix looks frustrated.
Can't you eat any other bird? Sorry, any other fish?
That one's massive.
It's
Can
also
you
got
even
supernatural
manage?
powers.
After it sees Kevin heal from its burns, it just gives up. Completely frustrated, but it gives up.
It's a very cat thing to do. Say, do phoenixes have genders, by the way?
Yes, this one's male.
Maybe this phoenix is more like an owl, and I've heard that owls are just like birds that are running cat software.
That sounds horrifying. I love it.
So it gives up.
Yep.
All right. I will let it go, but be on guard to grab it again in case it's lying to me. None shall hurt my Steve.
You're never gonna see that bird again. Or the fish again. Oh my god, my brain's melting.
Still, none
phoenix-
shall hurt my Steve.
The phoenix agrees, and then flies up.
I'm gonna grab it.
I said I won't eat your fish.
Oh, is it leaving?
Not leaving.
Where
Not
are you
eating
going?
fish either.
What are you gonna do?
Let me go.
What are you gonna do?
It spits fire in your face.
That's fine. What are you gonna do?
Go away from you.
What, you didn't like wrestling?
No.
Get stronger and maybe you'll win next time.
Yes, I maybe wouldn't. Bleh.
And you're not gonna hurt Steve?
No, I'm not gonna hurt Steve.
You promise?
I promise.
You mean it?
Unfortunately.
I will let the bird go.
Okay. The bird flies up to the sails and lights them on fire.
I put out the fire.
It is flying through the sails over and over and over again.
I'm going to ask you to kindly. Do we even need those sails?
Well,
I mean, they certainly help.
No, yeah. Oh god, it's gonna be a lot of mending and shit. But first, I guess I can just put out the
mending
fire and
can't
ask you to-
mending ash.
Why is it doing this again?
A
Because
temper tantrum?
Kevin.
Ah,
Because it lost to Kevin. Hey, stop it.
It continues.
Is there a way for me to, like, climb up the mast and try to get in range to grab it again?
Yep.
I would like to do that.
Okay. How many sails does this ship have?
Or
4?
I'm assuming it's been flying around us long enough. Obviously, it has a true name over its head.
Yes, actually.
please don't kill my bird. That'd be really sad.
I was just contemplating if I want to just make it go away.
Please don't. I like the bird.
maybe you should have let it eat the fucking fish.
No!
I speak out in true speech to the Phoenix. Phoenix, stop destroying our sails. The DC for the save is 40, by the way.
Let's see.
I'm not worried about it succeeding.
Worried
This
about
hope,
your
really.
wording.
Yeah.
Well,
I just commanded to
it's
stop
st-
destroying the sails.
it stops.
I'm gonna go check on the bird.
Does it seem bewildered when I do that? How does it respond?
It looks at you with hate in its eyes.
James, I'm gonna take care of the bird. What's happening to it?
It hates Novarius. Like,
Why'd you hit Nilvaris?
Nilvaris just yanked on his soul.
It does sound like a good reason to hate on someone.
It's like someone reached into your chest, grabbed an organ, and just pulled on it until you stopped. But the bird obeys, as it has no option to even consider resisting.
He's staring right back on it, like a stern look, like a parent looking at a child that's being disobedient.
The phoenix goes and hides behind Nia.
3 pairs of wings just extend to hide the bird.
And then they start smoking.
I am resistant, and I think I'm not literally touching the bird.
That's why I said smoking.
Nia, figure this out, because we can't have this phoenix destroying the ship and constantly causing damage to it.
One sail was ruined, but the other 3 are fine.
Kevin, looks like you have some stitching to do.
Yep, and I guess I'm gonna go have a conversation with the bird.
Alright.
Do you really want me trying to touch those sails?
Oh, you're gonna touch those sails until you fix them. Not like you have anything better to do.
Wow. All right, suit yourself. James, do we have any new fabric that I can craft sails?
No, you don't get new fabric.
James, is there any old fabric from the sails left?
Not much. The sails had 84 hit points. They currently have 6. They can be mending while they're above 50%, but they are on the verge of not even being called sails anymore.
So Kevin will climb up the mast of that sail, pull the tattered fragment of sail, and show it to Sabo. This is what you want me to try to fix.
I don't know. You didn't let the bird have its meal. Now we got this for sale.
I'm sorry that I didn't want the bird to kill Steve.
Fine.
If it wants fish, it can have regular fish.
Fine, just leave the sail. Can do without one. Oh.
Climb back down and go find like a handful of regular fish from wherever we store that and bring it out to the bird.
The bird dips its beak into the water and starts boiling it.
Boiled fish, that's disgusting.
I'm assuming I just brought it like a barrel.
Just a bucket of it.
A bucket of fish, okay, that's fine.
And it's going to eat that. But with that, that is where we can end the session for this week.
Alright, I'm gonna go to bed.
With
James,
9
I'm gonna ask
strays
some
and a
questions
phoenix acquired. And
Yes,
Steve
I'm gonna ask
released
some
to the
questions in
wild.
Nia.
Alright.